Hello. Sorry. Apologies. Okay, I guess we're gonna jump into the topic soon. Starting with the two main ones. Three main ones? I don't know even anymore. We're gonna be talking about the aftermath of the Polish election. Unfortunately, our right-wing conservative candidate has won. Our little gangster thug pimp Yanukovych-like figure has won. But you know what? It is what it is. What's the worst that could happen? Poland wouldn't backslide from democracy and backstab Ukraine and distance itself from the European Union. No big deal. So it's a right-wing president with a lib government. I mean, for now, yeah. For now, it's a right-wing president with a lib government. We'll see how long the lib government will last under this sort of configuration. No, we'll talk about it, don't worry. Maybe it won't last, maybe it will. There's a chance that it won't, but whatever. We've got some news on Ukraine. I suppose I should explain why I'm late. I was supposed to start stream about, let me see, 1 hour 40 minutes ago. So I haven't really slept since yesterday, and I was reading stuff for a stream, and then I just sort of blacked out, I suppose. And that's it. That's the explanation. There is nothing more to it. I have to take Fido to the veterinarian. He's been doing this weird thing, as if he wanted to cough up something, but he couldn't. I can hear him drink water now. And how is everybody tonight? How's everyone right now? No, it's okay. A delay is a delay. Started a new schedule to get my portfolio ready for employers, so pretty good, all things considered. Oh, that's good. That's good. See that people have consolidated on the YouTube chat. Because there's not many people on the side chat today. Jack Don't Do It was here for a moment. The person that recommended to me that awful channel, The Traditionalist, about Polish politics, the worst video I have ever had the displeasure of suffering through. Which is unfortunate. Oh yeah, I might as well advertise that I'm live, why not? Maybe we'll catch a viewer extra or not, or two. Fragile coalition. Alright. Very not good boatings, but I think we're all used to bad news by now. Might be a little bit sluggish tonight. More sluggish than usual. I'm usually pretty sluggish, but tonight I might be a little bit more so. Well, there's been good news recently. There's been this huge, I think I've mentioned it before, this big drone strike on Russian jets, bombers, what have you. I think about 41 planes were destroyed, according to the Ukrainian side, which is a pretty tremendous result. And then we have the peace talks, which lasted, of course, a little bit more than an hour, and entered the realm of ridiculousness once again. Russia allegedly lost 30% of their strategic bombers. Well, I feel so sorry for Russia. Poor Russia. Oh my gosh. Oh no. And yet, cześć, jak się masz? Średnio. And yet, even though Russia has allegedly lost 30% of their strategic bombers, they have also allegedly still very arrogantly gave a list of non-starter demands during the negotiation process that lasted an hour and then deteriorated into nonsense and ended. There was, of course, the subject that's my specialty, the kidnapped children from Ukraine to Russia, which, I don't know, maybe I'll do a whole rant about that, maybe I'll do a whole separate segment about that, because ridiculous what's been happening. Do you really think that Russian partisan helped setting up the drone attack? Oh, actually don't know. It's hard to say, hopefully. My brain's cooked. I've sent some emails. Oh yeah. I've also finally finished rewriting the article about children. Przeciętny means mediocre, or rather means so-so. Maybe mediocre is a little bit of a harsh word. Przeciętny means like in the middle. Let me see how Google translate this word, how Google likes it. Hello, imagination scene. Haven't seen you here for a long time. How are you? No, actually no. Google translates it as mediocre as well, so mediocre it is. Mediocre it is. Hold on, let me put on some. Ties with Poland will be less harmonious under new president, German official says. Well, what do you know? What do you know? Already rumblings of the new... Oh, I received an email. I've eaten somewhere? Sorry, I received that. I think that DeepL translate a little better usually. Maybe the new... Oh, well, you know, it's just... Apparently I've eaten some fragment. I have no clue what is being referred about. Guess I'll have to review it again. But... yeah. I'm large language models like chat. Oh, well, you're a software? Are you a software engineer? Sorry, I'm a bit... Apologies. Apologies. Cześć, jak się masz? How? No, it's jak się masz is just how are you doing. There's no good in jak się masz. Oh yeah, I was supposed to... I wonder if he called me. I was supposed to advertise the stream or whatever. Nope, not a developer apart from basic web development in the past. Oh, sorry for assuming. Sorry for assuming based on your answers. Alright. Oh yeah, I keep just... my goodness. I'm supposed to be doing this. Alright, I've copied the Google link. And now we might as well hold on. I'll just quickly enter the link into various little discords and I'll be ready. Wow, incredible. Incredible stuff. We are all pro everything during this glorious queer month. Incredible stuff. And the orbiters, where else could I possibly advertise that I'm live? On my own server? Hello, Glitchmaster. How are you? Are you good? Are you okay? Alright. We have advertised. Okay. Might as well start. There's no real reason to stall. This is actually the amount of viewers that are usually here, so let's just start. There's no point in waiting. Let's get through this. Did you see the speech from Keir Starmer saying Britain's getting battle ready? No. Can you link it in the side chat? I saw a speech by Donald Tusk who is begging for the vote of confidence of the parliament because he is scared that the Polish parliament will be dissolved, or rather that its term will end early and that Poland will have early parliamentary elections. I'm not sure I should take you seriously, Jack Don't Do It, considering that you take your political prescriptions from the traditionalist. Which, yes, I have watched that video that you've talked about on stream, and it was the most horrible, brain-dead, brain-rot video that I've ever seen. If you take your political knowledge about Poland from that video, then I don't even know what to tell you. How is your feeling after finishing Half-Life? Any resentment, Lucy? No, I just started Black Mesa right after, which we're going to be playing on stream. Black Mesa. Oh, you saw! You told me not to complain because it's a fan-made game. I remember. I just had it on while I went to sleep. Oh, okay, sure. Last time we were here, it was like, oh my gosh, I watched this amazing video by the traditionalist. I've learned so much about Polish politics. And now it's just, oh yeah, I just had it on while going to sleep. Okay, sure. Of course. I'm currently taking an online course, New York City for our fall prevention for construction. Yeah, New York City for our construction prevention. I know, okay? Today is news day. Yeah. I took all my political takes from Lucy and Star Wars take from Brown. That's good. That is a very good thing. I said there were two conservative parties. Yeah, you did say that. Which is not even a thing that the video itself said, by the way. So I have no clue how you even came to that conclusion, considering that the video itself disputes your claim, saying that Law and Justice, according to that video you sent, isn't even a real conservative party, quote unquote. So I have no clue where you took this whole two conservative parties line. Not only was the video very bad that you've recommended, you also didn't understand it. That adds salt to injury, considering how bad that video was. And how simplistic it was. What new prime minister? This was a presidential election. Oh my god. There's no new prime minister. We've had the same prime minister for over a year now. No, it's... What? No, they're two separate things at the same time in Poland. We have a president as well as prime minister. Both. We have them both here. They're two separate people. For someone that has allegedly learned so much about Polish politics, you have no clue. Polish politics is very complicated, but also boring. Well, it's about to get interesting again, I guess. It's about to get interesting again once the current centrist government ends quickly and Poland becomes gloriously anti-European Union, anti-Ukraine, starts kissing Trump's ass and decides that, I don't know, it must go its own way or whatever. She just started streaming and is already fed up. No, I'm not fed up. I'm just a bit tired, I suppose. Quite a lot of places have both prime ministers and president. Yeah. I never said I knew anything on Polish politics. I just said I watched a video on it. Yeah, and you also said that you've learned a lot. Do you know what it means to learn a lot? It means that you know at least a bit. If I said, oh my god, I learned a lot about the history of Rome, then that would imply that I know now at least a little bit on the history of Rome. Not that I know nothing, but I don't know. I don't even know what you're trying to do, Jack. Don't do it. You're annoying me. Your attitude annoys me. And it's not good. It's not a good attitude to have. There's a litter of kittens in the bushes of my house. Adopt them. Adopt them to your house. It's for your own good. Adopt the kitties. And so I've said that I should do the aftermath of the election, but naturally I stalled and just spoke stuff for a bit. I pivoted to the brainless channel that is the traditionalist. But that's par for the course for me. So it's the 3rd right now, if memory serves. It's the 3rd, so ideally tomorrow I'll be heading out to Ukraine if I can gather the money. We'll see. It's like, because on the 5th there's an event that I would like to attend, and so I don't know if you would like me to go to an opening of a children's refuge near Kyiv, then consider maybe supporting and donating. Don't let this silly goose get to you. The cat distribution system. And nobody's asking you to bring a cat inside. I'm just asking you to bring a litter of kittens. That's a difference. There you go. Glitchmaster gets it. Glitchmaster understands. Yeah, of course. Of course the peace talks went well. Because Russia is such a serious, peace-loving country. They're not ridiculous buffoons at all. Russia is not ridiculous at all. Okay, let's just whatever. We will likely be talking about Poland in a couple hours, trying to set a parade. I'm gonna be talking about Poland now. I'm gonna be talking about Poland right now. Whose raid are you trying to set up? Estelle, tier 2? It's not much, but I hope it helps. Thank you very much. It actually helps a lot. Tier 2 is a huge subscription, and I know you don't always have tons of money, so thank you. Ideally, I'll be able to, because I've just received an email. I thought I had the article down, but I guess apparently I've not caught all the mistakes after all. So apparently it's not all roses and sunshine. I still have to catch all the little glitches in my article. But hey, whatever. Most of them are grammar crap. I have this here. I will take a look at it and we'll see. You got this? We'll see. We'll see. I'm gonna be calling my editorial help tomorrow, I suppose. And we'll see how it goes. Alright. presidential election. It ended. It's been a very stressful night. The early polls, it was a very strange election. I'm gonna put on something on screen, not to have this big black box next to me. I'm gonna put something on that is gonna fill your hearts with hope, fill your hearts with beautiful feelings of warm thoughts. Hold on. I have something that will really fill you with fluffy thoughts. I'm sad for Poland. The mirroring Kamala's messaging really didn't work. It's more than just that. It's more than just that. It's about the weakness of the coalition. It's about the... Oh my goodness. There's so many things, and we're gonna be talking about all of them, I suppose. But can I deliver? Can I deliver them in a coherent way? We'll see. Oh my gosh, I'm trying to find the right browser. Wait, maybe I've got this? No, I haven't got this, I think. No, this is the wrong one. Wrong browser. Oh, this is it. There you go. It's fake news' fault. No. It has nothing to do with fake news, I'm sorry. I guess it actually has nothing to do with it. I have no clue what you're talking about. Jack, don't do it. As always, I have no clue what you're talking about. Oh, my dog decided to give me some background music to the segment. Beautiful. I'm so happy. Alright, let's start this thing. So, let me just start over because I've got completely lost. My brain has completely scrambled. I have lost my... I have to gather my bearings, as some people would say. And started from the top. Started off from the top. So we had two candidates. Yeah, I've lost the plot. We had two candidates. Rafał Trzaskowski, the current mayor of Warsaw, who represents the Civic Coalition, the current ruling government, which is, as the name implies, a coalition between the civic platform. Mainly, those are the main three components of the coalition: the civic platform, the third way, and the new left, which I'm not sure if you are starting to see problems considering the names itself, but I'm just gonna go a little bit further into this and say that the civic platform is a center-left party, more or less. The third way is a more right-wing party, and the new left, I think, is pretty self-explanatory. That is a left-wing party. And so, as you can see, there might probably be some tension points between these parties, considering that they are ideologically not completely aligned, and they have decided to form a coalition in the 2023 parliamentary elections, primarily to get the Law and Justice United Right coalition out of power. That was the main idea behind this coalition, this unlikely allied coalition. There were some main points that the coalition was running on. There were some main issues that it wanted to tackle. The primary problem that the new coalition had to face was the fact that during the 8 years of its rule, the Law and Justice Party has eroded democracy significantly. It has stacked the court. It has twisted the Polish national media and has embroiled itself in many, many scandals. It has also created a very draconian abortion law. I'm going to get into it a little bit because I just mentioned that the Law and Justice Party has stacked the courts, and it has stacked the so-called Constitutional Tribunal, okay? And this tribunal basically decides whether or not things that are discussed, if certain rules or regulations are constitutional or not. And to really simplify things and give you a very short version of events, the Constitutional Tribunal has deemed that the law that allows women to get an abortion when a fetus is damaged is unconstitutional, and therefore the Law and Justice Party has enacted a de facto ban on women getting an abortion if the fetus is damaged, which caused huge protests among women. Women in Poland, trans women also joined, interestingly enough, those protests. There was a big LGBT solidarity push with this protest, with this movement, and a slogan, "Women's Hell," was coined, indicating that women in Poland were in fact living in hell, in which they are forced to give birth to children whether or not the fetuses are damaged or not, which, by the way, caused women to be very wary of getting pregnant to begin with, which I'm pretty sure was discussed during debates and discussions during the current year presidential election. Right? Okay. So one of the promises that the new civic coalition government, like the civic platform, basically promised to implement 100 reforms within 100 days. And one of them was, for example, getting rid of the draconian anti-abortion laws, making abortion far more um, accessible, bettering the laws on abortion. That was the whole idea. And so that did not happen. And there is a reason why it did not happen. It did not happen because of the, in this case, because of the structure of the coalition itself. There were parties within the coalition that did not share the opinion that these laws should be liberalized to the extent that the central left party and the left party would like. The left party wanted to go all the way with it. The main party within the coalition, the Civic Platform, wanted to go a certain amount, and the third way wanted to sort of put brakes on it, which created friction over it within the coalition itself, and the thing could not be meaningfully pushed forward. That is one big glaring problem within the ruling coalition that has emerged at the beginning of its governance. I guess the second big problem is the president. The president himself, Andrzej Duda, serving his second term as president, and his first term began in 2015 after he defeated coalition platform's then president Komorowski in a pretty astounding presidential election turnaround, which is interesting because something similar happened right now. A candidate from nowhere came to the presidential election representing the Law and Justice Party and defeated a candidate that was more or less projected to win. That is interesting that I have drawn certain parallels between the 2015 election and the current one, and it seems that my predictions have come true and exactly what I said would happen happened. But let's not get ahead of ourselves. The president has the right to veto bills being pushed forward by the parliament, and that is the right that the president of Law and Justice, Andrzej Duda, has been using in order to block any meaningful reforms that would undo the damage to democracy that the Law and Justice Party has inflicted over the 8 years of its rule, which is of course another huge obstacle for the ruling coalition, because some of its biggest promises were that because the whole coalition gathered and coalesced around the idea of opposing law and justice, and so they of course promised we will undo many horrible law and justice things, but because the president who has the right to veto bills is Law and Justice, a lot of this process has been stunlocked into impossibility to implement. So that is another problem with the current ruling coalition in Poland. And so the big hope was that come new elections, the Polish people through their vote would get rid of the Polish like the Law and Justice president, that Poland would have a president more aligned with the current coalition, and that would pave the way to a far more streamlined process of getting Poland back on track of being a fully democratic country. So that was the plan, and as we can see, this plan did not quite pan out. this plan did not quite pan out because unfortunately the mentioned problems over the abortion thing, over the undoing law and justice things, they basically affected how people have started seeing the effectiveness of the new government. And that led to a very, very close election between Trzaskowski and Nawrocki. Nawrocki being, once again, a candidate pretty much out of nowhere, the chief of the Polish Institute of National Remembrance, and a former boxer, a thug, allegedly with connections to the criminal underworld, allegedly a former pimp, allegedly scammed an elderly person out of an apartment. But you know what? All these things did not deter the Polish people from voting for him. And last night, during early exit polls, Trzaskowski, the Warsaw mayor, was ahead in the exit poll, and that is where Trzaskowski did, I think, the biggest mistake that you can do when an early exit poll arrives. He declared his victory and thanked everybody and said that the razor thing sort of margin will be forever etched into Polish history. Like this term, like to win by a razor's margin, this will be etched into Polish history. And then late exit polls started coming out, and suddenly the results shifted in Nawrocki's favor, and it stayed that way till the very end. Nawrocki has emerged victorious in the election. This is where we are. This is the situation right now. And I guess now there is a question of the aftermath. There is a question of what that means for the Polish coalition, for its coherence, what it means for Poland's relations with the European Union, what it means for the Poland relation with Ukraine, what it means for Poland's relationship with the United States. And I will attempt to answer these questions right now. I tried watching your debate segments, but they're like 3 hours long. Yeah, that's because they are all in Polish and I had to translate from the Polish language, which just basically doubled or tripled the time of the thing itself. That is the reality of the situation. I apologize for it, but there's not really much that I can realistically do about that. There's not really much that I can do about that. I apologize once again. If only Polish media would think to translate its stuff to English, but alas, that's not the case. No, it's okay. So, the aftermath is this. We are once again at a situation where we have the centrist sort of lib government that is, well, centrist left, let's just put it that way, and a president that is basically towing the law and justice line, which means that he will be anti-European Union, he will butt heads with the European Union, he will be against integration with the European Union, he will be against joint defense operations, joint defense manufacture operations, and he will be against Ukraine's accession into NATO, against Ukraine's accession into the European Union, even, as he has indicated. He will be extremely pro-United States and extremely pro-Donald Trump, which actually, and this is just my speculation, could mean that he will also parrot the United States line when it comes to the topics of Ukraine. And so, of course, the president of Poland, new president-elect, will use his veto power in order to block any bills that will be substantial and he or his party, the Law and Justice, will not like. That is the number one, of course, worry that everybody has about the new president-elect. But there's also a bigger looming danger, a much more obvious danger that many people might not be aware of, especially outside of Poland, and that is that there are instruments by which the president can push towards an early end to the parliament's term and to organize early elections, parliamentary elections, which in practice would mean that the current lib, centrist, left, quote-unquote, government would come to an end, and that we would have parliamentary elections much faster than the date when it's supposed to happen, which is 2027. And it seems like people like me are not the only ones that are worried about this outcome, because the Prime Minister of Poland, Donald Tusk, has asked the parliament for a vote of confidence for his government, which is a sign that he is... There are a couple of reasons for this. There's, of course, this trying to preempt the one of the mechanisms through which the president is able to sort of trigger the faster ending of the parliament's term, and also trying to show the world as well as domestically that even though the candidate of Law and Justice has won the presidential seat, it doesn't mean that the faith within the parliament for the government itself has wavered. And it would also show a unity within the coalition itself. It is worth noting that about the presidential veto that the current parliament is missing a necessary majority to overrule or override that veto. So once a president vetoes something, it's basically a done deal. The current Polish parliament cannot do anything about that. Are we so far so good? So now I think we will watch the Polish Prime Minister's little call for the vote of confidence for his government. I think that's fair. It's 3 minutes, so translating this will not take me 1 billion hours. Let's see the comments. Oh, everybody's calling him a liar. So I'm gonna sip a drink and we're gonna translate this little call for the vote of confidence. Of a virtual Poland. Things are not good. That's like, I'm not gonna sugarcoat it. Things are not going very well in the country of Poland. things have certainly taken a sharp turn for the worse. Hold on. Let me check something. This is gonna be a little bit of a mess too. Oh, and Fido started, of course, rampaging, so I guess it's a good thing that I've sort of kind of checked things, because I don't want to have huge noise when I do this little discussion about the facts of the aftermath of the Polish presidential election. Hold on 1 moment, okay? So yeah, let's watch it. Apologies for this short little... apologies. Let me see. Are you willing, Lucy? No. Unfortunately, we are all losing. And it's all just going to be downhill from here. Alright. I'm gonna switch to live chat from top chat. We're gonna watch this little speech by Donald Tusk about the vote of confidence.
Szanowni Państwo, za nami wybory prezydenckie. Dawno nie było tak wielkich emocji.
Ladies and gentlemen, the presidential election has concluded. It has been a while since emotions have been this high.
Pragnę Wam wszystkim serdecznie podziękować za udział w głosowaniu. Ponad 20 milionów Polaków wybierało nowego prezydenta Rzeczpospolitej.
I would like to thank all of you for taking part in this election. Over 20 million Polish citizens have chosen their new president. The turnout for this presidential election has been a little bit over 71%, which I believe is the new record in the recent Polish history when it comes to election turnout.
Pokazując swoje mocne przywiązanie do demokracji i jej kluczowej zasady, czyli wolnych i powszechnych wyborów.
Polish people have shown their real attachment to the free and fair elections and to the idea of, well, taking part in the election, basically.
Jakbyśmy nie oceniali zwycięskiego kandydata, należy uznać jego wygraną i pogratulować jego wyborcom.
Whatever you could say about the chosen presidential candidate, about the president-elect, we have to respect the result of the election and congratulate him.
Niniejszym czynie.
Which I'm doing right now.
Dziękuję także przegranemu za determinację i walkę do końca o każdy głos. Chcę wam wszystkim dzisiaj zadeklarować, że nie zatrzymam się ani na chwilę jako premier polskiego rządu w swojej pracy i w naszej wspólnej walce o Polskę, jaką wymarzyliśmy sobie u progu niepodległości.
I would also like to thank the candidate that has lost for your determination for fighting till the end. I would also like to announce that even though we de facto have lost this election, we will not stop. We will be more determined than ever to bring about the Poland that we have dreamed of when we have gotten back our independence.
Wolną, suwerenną, bezpieczną i dostatnią.
Free, sovereign and prosperous Poland that we all dream of.
Wybory prezydenckie niczego tu nie zmieniły i nie zmienią.
The presidential election has not changed anything here and will not change anything here.
W zgodzie z konstytucją i własnym sumieniem będziemy współpracować z nowym prezydentem wszędzie tam, gdzie to konieczne i możliwe.
According to the Constitution, with accordance to the Constitution and my own conscience, I will cooperate with the new president when it's necessary and when it's possible.
Mam świadomość, że może być trudniej niż wielu z was sądziło, idąc wczoraj głosować.
I am aware that things might be much more difficult than you have imagined things would get when you went to the voting booth.
Ale nie zmienia to w najmniejszym stopniu mojej determinacji i woli działania w obronie tego wszystkiego, w co wspólnie wierzymy.
But it does not stop my determination and my will to defend all that we all believe in.
Plan awaryjny zakładający trudną kohabitację jest przygotowany.
There is a plan in place which will be enacted in the case of a difficult cohabitation of between the president and the government.
Trudno z góry zakładać, jaka będzie postawa nowego prezydenta.
It is very difficult to determine right off the bat what will the new president's attitude be, which is not exactly true. Like, we know what his beliefs are, we know that they are in stark contrast with the government's. We pretty much can predict what the new president's attitude will be, in fact. So
Gdyby wykazał chęć współpracy, będzie to pozytywne zaskoczenie.
if the new president shows a willingness to cooperate, it will be a very positive surprise.
Na które odpowiemy z pełną otwartością.
We will answer that willingness with full openness.
Jeśli nie, nie ma już na co czekać. Ruszymy z robotą bez względu na okoliczności.
If not, there is nothing to wait. We will do our job no matter what the circumstance.
Bo po to zostaliśmy wybrani.
Because that is why we have been elected.
Będziemy przedkładać gotowe już projekty ustaw,
We will put forward finished bills,
ale jeśli trzeba, będziemy rządzić i podejmować decyzje także przy próbującym blokować dobre zmiany prezydencie.
but if needs be, we will also try to govern and push things forward, even with a president that will try to block good changes.
Doświadczenie już mamy.
We already have such experience.
Jest zbyt wiele do zrobienia, poczynając od spraw międzynarodowych,
There's too much to do, starting with international affairs,
budowy potężnej armii i silnej gospodarki,
the building of a powerful army and a strong economy,
repolonizacji przemysłu,
the repolonization of the industry,
bezpieczeństwo socjalne i usługi
social security,
państwa, aż do rozliczeń i walki z przestępczością.
and also we have to fight criminality and put those who have abused the law to task.
Ten plan wymagać będzie jedności i odwagi od całej koalicji 15 października.
This plan will require unity and determination from the whole coalition. And that is, by the way, the crux of it, that there is a fear that under the current pressure, that are under the current new president, cracks in the coalition might start to form. There is a very real fear that the coalition might not withstand, let's just say, the trials that the future might bring. That is a real concern. Apologies, I will continue once the dog stops barking. That is what happens when you have a dog, I suppose. Apologies. This is where he is talking about the unity of the coalition, and this is where he will call for the vote of confidence to demonstrate that unity.
Pierwszym testem będzie wotum zaufania, o które zwrócę się do Sejmu w najbliższym czasie.
The first test will be the vote of confidence, for which I will ask the same very soon.
Chcę, aby wszyscy zobaczyli, także nasi przeciwnicy w
I
kraju
would like everybody to see our opponents abroad and
i za granicą,
as well as in the country itself.
że jesteśmy gotowi na tę sytuację, że rozumiemy powagę chwili, ale że nie zamierzamy cofnąć się ani o krok.
I want everybody, including our enemies, to understand that we understand the seriousness of this moment, that we are resolute not to take a single step back.
Wszystkim, którzy głosowali na Rafała Trzaskowskiego, mówię dziś, jedziemy dalej. Wiem, co czujecie, ale pamiętajmy, umówiliśmy się na wielką rzecz, wymagającą siły, wytrwałości i być może więcej czasu, niż byśmy chcieli.
For all those who voted for Rafał Trzaskowski, I understand how you feel, but we move forward and we will do what we must, and it will perhaps take us a little bit more time than we first assume that it would.
W demokracji walka nigdy się nie kończy.
The fight never ends within a democracy.
Wierzę w was. Wierzę w Polskę.
I believe in you and I believe in Poland. So that's it. That's the as the presidential call for the vote of confidence for the government. And that, to me, is a clear signal that the Prime Minister Donald Tusk is, in fact, just a little bit worried about the possibility of new president trying to lead to a faster parliamentary election. And let's not make a mistake about it. The early parliamentary election could actually go at this point either way. This election has certainly proven that society is right now extremely polarized. And there's also the fact that the right-wing sentiment has gained a lot of prominence recently in Poland. The second place in the first round of the Polish presidential election was won by Nawrocki, who ended up being the president-elect. But let's not underestimate the fact that the third place was won by the right-wing Confederacy candidate Sławomir Mencen, who ended up transferring a lot of his votes to Nawrocki. And let's not underestimate the fact that the fourth place was won by Grzegorz Braun, a very much far-right candidate from the Coalition of the Crown party, a split-off from the Coalition party of Mencen. And those two together have won a bit over 20% of the vote, and most of that vote has been, in fact, transferred to Nawrocki, which was also a big contributor to his victory in the election. Right now, the situation is what it is. I feel like I have presented the facts as best as I could. I have presented you with what can happen, with what sort of tools the new president has at his disposal to hamper the activity, to hamper the functioning of the current government, or rather to hamper reforms being pushed, to hamper new bills being proposed, and that there is a no zero chance that we might be looking at a quicker parliamentary election in our future. That is not something that at this time we can absolutely rule out, because there are certain, even if the prime minister gets his vote of confidence, there are different tools that the president actually can utilize to still try to get an earlier election. We'll have to observe the situation. We will have to see what this new presidency brings. And for now, I guess I leave you with this. I leave you with these thoughts that things are not as good as I had hoped that they would be. Like, my biggest fear has come to pass. Like, this is one of those times when, people sometimes hate being correct, and in this case, I hated that I've been correct. I hated that the thing that I kept saying could potentially happened exactly as I said that it would. It's very, very sad that just like in 2015, the wild card candidate, the spoiler candidate, took the votes that they had and transferred them into the person that was second place, and suddenly, lo and behold, second place became very much first place. Thank you very much. Election over. I dislike being correct, but it is what it is. We will have to now deal with the consequence. Alright, that's it. Any thoughts, any questions? I know that many people here are from abroad, not from Poland. Some of this might seem confusing. Maybe you have anything that you'd like to ask me, anything that you would like me to add, clarify, anything at all? Definitely feel you on that one. Well, thanks for covering this. I believe that I've seen Dylan Burns cover the Polish thing as well on Sunday. What I like on Putin? Technically speaking, they're not a pro-Putin. That he's not a pro-Putin guy, but he's also not a pro-Ukraine guy, which does not bode well, considering that he is anti-Ukraine joining the European Union and he is anti-Ukraine joining NATO. Yes, when Sławomir Mencen asked him if he will sign a pledge saying that Ukraine will not join NATO, Mr. Nawrocki, then still candidate, went out of his way to say that he is also against Ukraine joining the European Union, and that Ukraine is in fact not ready as a civilization to join the European Union. I don't think I have anything to add. It just sounds like a really sucky situation. Well, it is a pretty sucky situation, unfortunately. There's no other way to describe it. Yeah, of course, Chris. Of course, Nawrocki is not. Of course, Nawrocki is pro-Polish, just like Trump. Just like Trump is pro-American. I'm just gonna leave it at that. Nawrocki is pro-Polish just as Trump is pro-American. And I think I'm gonna just leave you all to decide what that means. You can all draw your own conclusions. I voted for Sławomir Mencen. Is that because you want to pay for university? Or is it because you hate the LGBT? You know that I'm a trans streamer, right? You know that Sławomir Mencen hates me. And Nawrocki hates me as well, by the way. It's propaganda with the university. Yeah, of course. Everything's propaganda until it isn't. Is it propaganda that he hates the LGBT, which he has stated openly? Maybe less propaganda would have landed with Mencen if Mencen would have agreed to any interviews during his election, and he, wasn't Mencen's famous move running away on a scooter whenever the media tried to ask him anything? It's a joke. It's a joke that people like Mencen won the third place. I'm sorry. I don't mean to be rude to a person that voted for Mencen, but it's a farce. He has nothing to do against homosexuals. That's a lie. He just doesn't want to legalize civil unions. That's also a lie. He has a lot against homosexuals and trans people and anything LGBT, really. Like, maybe, if you want to know his opinion on the LGBT, maybe you should watch his own conversation with Trzaskowski on his own YouTube channel, when he very clearly lines out his own beliefs on the LGBT. Mencen, I mean. Well, then I guess you must have dozed off when he was talking about the LGBT. Because he definitely did not say, I have nothing against gay people, I simply don't want to legalize civil unions. Which, of course, why would you not want to legalize civil unions if you were not against the LGBT or gay people? Could the president be removed from office if his crimes are proven to be real and not just allegation? Maybe, possibly. Is Ukraine now surrounded by countries hostile to them? I mean, Romania is not hostile to Ukraine. Not anymore. Because in Romania, a lunatic did not win the election. I definitely feel you. Half my relatives are baffled by my decision to flee the US as a trans person, despite being hardcore Trumper. So frustrating. Trumpers. What do I think about Grzegorz Braun? Lunatic. What do you think about Grzegorz Braun? I don't think Trump cares what who you sleep with, Gray. Yeah, except he doesn't care. Trump doesn't care so much about, first of all, being trans has nothing to do with who you sleep with. Second of all, Trump doesn't care so much that he just, trips into executive order after executive order that are hostile against the LGBT. But you know what? Other than that, Trump simply doesn't care, right? The whole collection of executive orders, that's just a silly coincidence that the unwilling, unknowing Trump simply sleepwalked into. How silly. Grzegorz Braun is very radical but charismatic. No, he is not charismatic. What a joke to say that Braun is charismatic. What a sad state of affairs to say that someone like Grzegorz Braun is charismatic. Has the bar dropped so low that a really boring dolt is considered charismatic now. Jesus Christ Almighty, we are all lost if I get people coming here and saying that Grzegorz Braun is charismatic. I find Braun funny, but only because he is insane. He is in fact insane, yes. I don't hate the LGBTQ+. My religion simply thinks you're a sin against God. That's all. Totally different, honest. I mean, according to the party that endorsed and represents the current president-elect, I'm not a person, I'm an ideology. Grayon Wannabe says, on the day he retook office, he released an executive order defining me out of existence. The admin is ordering more studies on the transition and transition regret. Shut up. By the way, also, apparently the studies that the government has ordered contradicted the government, and nobody cares. Nobody cares about these studies, even if studies clearly demonstrate that what the fear-mongering against trans people is complete nonsense. But you know what, whatever. So if you watch Trzaskowski's interview with Manson, what do you think about Trzaskowski's illegal campaign financing? He himself played dumb when Manson asked him about it. Oh yeah, the thing that Manson has just simply alleged happened, but I'm sorry, where's the evidence apart from Manson saying that it happened? Oh yeah, there is none. Thank you. Great. Amazing. Also, what do you mean illegal campaign financing? Do you know how campaign financing works? What do you mean illegal? Yeah, there is evidence. After all, you can see it at the Meta provides login data. Well, I'm sorry, if there's evidence, then the election would have been over for Trzaskowski, wouldn't it? If it was truly illegal. Please think for a moment. Jesus Christ Almighty, I just cannot. This is what happens when you're a Manson voter or a Braun enthusiast. Also, what does Meta have to do with funding? Like, I think you're mistaken. Oh my god, another person that has watched a video and did not understand it. Like, the whole Meta thing, or rather Facebook thing, was not about financing. It was about the alleged, yes, I'm going to say alleged, campaign videos that smeared the opponents of Trzaskowski. That has nothing to do with financing. The whole thing that Manson was talking about, oh, your buddies had those videos that smeared their candidates before it was officially put out on the internet. What's up with that, Trzaskowski? What's up with those silly antics that you did with the campaign, campaign videos? That has nothing to do with funding, not to mention illegal funding. Jesus Christ. How disappointing. Excommunicate that chatter. I don't excommunicate chatters. I don't have enough chatters to afford to excommunicate anybody. Everybody's welcome, even the silly people. Maybe if I had 200 viewers, I'd be excommunicating people that say that Brown is charismatic, but as it stands, where are you from? Poland? Where are you from? Kryso. Where are you from? Are you asking me which part of Poland? Warsaw. Where are you from? How embarrassing and sad. Lublin. Oh, Lublin. So, yeah, that explains a lot. God. How embarrassing for Lublin. I've been here for months. I haven't been muted once. No one is getting muted. True. True. No one's getting muted, even the ridiculous people. Alright. I'm glad to have heard your thoughts. East part. Yeah, East part. By the way, there's a whole big discussion about the electoral preferences of people when it comes to the east and the west of Poland, and it very interestingly historically tracks to the partition portions of Poland, which part of Poland was under which empire. And interestingly enough, those parts of Poland which were broadly under the Russian Empire tend to vote very conservative, tend to vote very regressive, I would say. And those parts under the German partition tend, for some reason or the other, to vote more progressive and more pro-European Union. Which makes you think that little Russian touch, of the partition lands that were under it. So you can all start listing our favorite slurs then. No, you cannot. So just how East and West Germany vote so different. Yeah. Basically. I mean, there was also the discussion about East and West of Ukraine. But yeah. There's a whole East-West divide in Poland, yes. But free speech. There is no free speech. This is not an American channel. A lot of East-West divide across Europe. Yeah, it does seem that way. We'll see. The whole thing that was the crux of the election was whether or not Poland would choose a president that would be more pro-European Union and pro-strong support for Ukraine, and the opposite of that plus kissing Trump's ass. So what do you think about German AfD and neo-Nazis? Are you asking me what I think about the party whose top politicians have officially said that they don't use Polish names for Western Poland, and that actually Eastern Germany is Central Germany. I think the implication is clear. I'm not even sure how you could be a Polish person and be pro-German AfD. It's not true, but okay. Oh, okay. Totally not true. I can tell you're very educated, Chriso. My goodness. A spokeswoman for the far-right Alternative for Germany said that her group was the most popular formation in Central Germany. Central Germany, referring to the former East German territories. This formulation sparked controversy because it suggests that AfD politicians consider parts of Poland as German lands. Well, but of course it's not true. It's not true. It's all a lie. It's all just fake news. The mind of the right wing is fascinating. No, it's not actually. It's the opposite of being fascinating. I have no clue how one could be Polish and pro-AfD. This baffles me. The party that says that... Chriso, do you think that Germany should be more friendly towards its Nazi past? Do you think that Germany should just be more open to being positive about its Nazi Germany past, as the AfD party has suggested, or not even suggested but flat out said? I'm being trolled in the YouTube chat today. Very unfortunate. This is what happens. This is what happens. It's good for the algo. Maybe. Let's see how many likes. Also, I don't want to hear about education from Jack. Don't do it, okay? I don't want to hear about education from you. I can troll you from side chat if you want. Yes, please, very much. I'd like that. You act like the AfD would invade Poland. The current warmonger chancellor has a bigger chance to than the AfD. Yeah, of course, sure. My goodness. When Jack Don't Do It speaks of education, I feel my stomach sinking. Especially after visiting the traditionalist YouTube. I'm against the EU madness. Oh, okay, the EU madness. Okay, EU madness. AfD is a pro-German party. Oh yes, a pro-Nazi Germany party. And we have a lot of conflicting interests, but they are becoming more and more popular because they don't like the current direction of the EU. EU, not UE. So you're very good at Half-Life, thank you. Yeah, and Trump is just pro-American, and, you know, Germany should be just more friendly towards its Nazi past. Poland should actually give up its western territory because it's basically just Germany. Poland should show some goodwill and give up its western parts. It's, after all, East Germany. And Putin is just a strongly pro-Russian president that wants to defend his land against NATO encroachment. Of course, yeah, I understand all these things. Yes, of course. Let's not forget about the European Union madness. Oh yeah, and let's not forget that the European Union is responsible for the Trump tariffs. Because that's a thing that the current president-elect has said. The European Union is the party responsible for crazy Trump tariffs. I also don't want Ukraine in NATO. Well, that's because you are... Okay, I'll bite. Why don't you want Ukraine in NATO? Am I going to hear the brain-dead argument of Sławomir Mencen about the matter? The argument that is easily, you know, that you can just dismantle in 5 seconds if you think about it for 2 seconds. I don't know, the one who causes the most German suffering were the Nazis. Oh, you know, apparently not. Apparently not to the according to the AfD. Because that's a false flag waiting to happen. Yeah, if you're an idiot. Maybe you think that that's a false flag waiting to happen if you're an idiot. Because there's a very high risk that Ukraine will be attacked again in the future. And then the Poles will have to send troops there. We don't want a war with Russia. Yeah, because, I'm sorry. Thank you for parroting Sławomir Mencen's argument. Because Sławomir Mencen said Poland could be attacked by Russia, even though it's in NATO. And therefore he said that if Poland can be attacked even though it's in NATO, then Ukraine can surely be attacked even though it's in NATO. And so if Ukraine was attacked even though if it's NATO, then Poland would have to send troops and be in war at Russia. Okay. Let's play Mencen's game, because you're not using your own arguments, you're just recycling the brain-dead arguments of Sławomir Mencen. Let's play this game. Okay, so if Russia can attack Poland, and then Poland, even though it's a NATO country, would be under attack, and Article 5 would kick in, you would have a war with Russia in Poland. But do you know what would happen if Ukraine was in NATO and Russia attacked Ukraine even though if it's in NATO, and Poland would have to send troops to Ukraine to defend Ukraine from Russia? You would have a war with Russia, not in Poland, but in Ukraine. So then I ask you, Mr. Kriso, or maybe I should call you Mr. Mencen, would you rather have a war with Russia in Poland, or would you rather have a war with Russia in Ukraine? Because I take it from your logic that you would rather have a war with Russia in Poland. Thank you. Yeah, let's just screw Ukraine over. Like if we border Russia, then it would be... I'm looking forward to the war in Poland with Russia, with Poland having enough ammunition to defend itself for a week. 2 weeks, if we're being generous. Beautiful, beautiful. Ukraine has been one of the most corrupted countries in the world for years. There are two puppet leaders. First of all, Ukraine, oh god. Okay, we're entering the illiteracy about Ukraine arc. First of all, ever since Ukraine has distanced itself from Russia, the corruption levels in Ukraine have been curved significantly. I'm not sure. Are you from Poland as well, Konrad? I'm not sure, but whatever. Based on your name, I'm gonna pretend that you're from Poland as well. So that's one. Corruption in Ukraine has been curved significantly. Second of all, ever since Ukraine has distanced itself from Russia, which Russia did not like or accept, the Russian puppet government has been actually replaced with a fairly chosen one. And third of all, if you're gonna be talking about corruption, why don't we talk about the gunpowder factory that was supposed to be built in 2019 for 460 million zlotys? Like, okay, the 460 million zlotys disappeared and we don't have a gunpowder factory. And you're gonna be talking about the corruption in Ukraine? Give me a break. Yeah, did you know that Poland in the 90s was an extremely corrupt country? And do you know what Poland had to do to join the European Union? Oh yeah, it had to get rid of its corruption. It had to clean up its corruption, which apparently Poland has not even managed to do completely. And do you know what Ukraine has been working on in order to be able to meet the criteria of joining the European Union? Oh yeah, it has been fighting against its corruption. I'm sorry, did you... Why do so many illiterate people come into the YouTube chat today? It's infuriating. It's incredible. Selection will never be security. No eyes on your own. How do you hope to survive? Think about it. Why do certain parties want to wall you in from the rest of Europe's influence? Russia? You mean East Ukraine, true. Yeah, but Ukraine and Russia will always be in conflict after this. Even if this ends, it will take a few generations to heal. Yeah, of course. It's just, we might... Oh god, Jack, don't do it. This is so stupid. Yeah, because Poland and Germany are always in conflict and we are perpetually at war. Do you know the term security guarantees? Do they mean anything to you? I would not like a war at all, neither in Poland nor in Ukraine, but we do not want to go to war. Well, I'm sorry to tell you, Kriso, but Sławomir Mencens, your idol that you have voted for, his prescription on what should be done in Poland and what should be done in Europe would lead to war. In Poland, not in Ukraine. Congratulations. Well, yeah, let's not give Ukraine the NATO membership. Yeah, let's just wait for Russia to invade Poland, which is the NATO state. That would be very great. That would be amazing. Let's just skip Ukraine. Let's just have war in Poland. Brilliant. Thank you, Sławomir. You're a brilliant guy. I mean, you have to be a brilliant guy. You've got a 1 million subscriber YouTube. And an amazing pub. You're a great tax advisor. Amazing. Lucy finally gets her debate stream. Thank you, Dr. Johns. Holy crap, this has turned into a debate stream. Oh my god. Ooh. Literally. Screw it, I'm changing the title. I guess I have these people here. I'm changing the title of the stream. You're right, Dr. Johns. There's just no edit whatever debate stream. We've already covered the Polish election aftermath, so whatever. Debate stream, bam. Save. This is making my blood boil. Hello, Obsessive Forge. Yeah, because America is stupid, and America is pro-Russian more than ever right now. It doesn't change the fact that it's in Polish national interest to want Ukraine in NATO. Also, if you are against Ukraine and being in the European Union, especially, then you're just lost. You are lost and lost in the sauce, and you have no clue what you're talking about in life in general. I have no clue what you're trying to say, Jack. Don't do it. This is what you always wanted? I wanted someone to call in and have a nice little debate with me 101. Not a bunch of illiterates coming to the chat discussing why Ukraine should not be in the European Union. I'm pro-American, oh my god. Then you're truly lost. Sorry, but Canada gets Alaska in the breakup of American Empire. Why the F are you so patronizing, as if you were some kind of authority here? I mean, I'm not illiterate and you are, so I guess that makes me an authority in that regard. Okay? My lack of illiteracy makes me more of an authority than you. Simple. Very simple. When I see the lack of basic education, my patronizing gene kicks in and I cannot stop myself. It is so pathetic as well that Law and Justice backed, that Law and Justice endorsed candidate has strayed so far away from Lech Kaczynski, you know, the deified daddy of the Law and Justice Party, the guy that is basically turned into a saint by the Law and Justice Party. The creation myth of the Law and Justice Party revolves around Lech Kaczynski. And now they're like, oh, Lech Kaczynski wanted Ukraine to be in the EU, in NATO. Lech Kaczynski wanted all the difficult history between Poland and Ukraine to be just sort of solved between the two countries through a serious and fair discussion. Well, screw that. Screw that. No, nobody cares anymore. Yeah, for you, anyone with different views is uneducated. No. For me, anybody that says uneducated things is uneducated. I'm sorry, if someone comes in the chat and says 2 + 2 = 17, and I say, well, no, it does not equal 17, you're uneducated, then I'm not going to take your answer seriously when your reply to that is going to be, oh yeah, you just think everybody that has a different view is uneducated. Why don't you accept my different view on 2 + 2? Why can't it be 17? Well, I'm gonna leave this to you. I'm gonna leave this for you to figure out. This is a thing that you have to tackle on your own, your views and your maths, and my patronizing attitude. I guess France and England cannot work together since they were rivals for hundreds of years. There you go. I have my heated debate moment. But yeah, sure. Do I even have to mention the fact that Andrzej Duda in 2015 said that Poland might consider sending troops to Ukraine? I'm sure you will convince a lot of people with that attitude. Yeah, because you sure are convincible. I'm sorry, but I'm not trying to convince you. Like, you're beyond convincing, okay? You're not a person that I'm gonna convince. Because you reject reality as it stands. My goodness. Oh yeah, I'm not even gonna mention that whole embarrassing fiasco of Nawrocki saying that in 2015 there was no war in Ukraine. A historian. This guy is supposed to be a historian. The main thing that is supposed to be his wheelhouse. Like, I can understand him not being great on taxes. I can understand him not being great on certain policy. He has not been a politician. He has himself admitted that, oh, he meant something else. Yeah, sure. You're stupid, Chriso. Okay, what did he mean? No, he wasn't. He wasn't referring to the consideration of sending troops to Ukraine, actually. He was referring to something completely different. I see that you didn't just not understand the conversation between Manson and Trzaskowski. You also did not understand the debate between Trzaskowski and Nawrocki. Because during that debate, Trzaskowski said, we have signed a document with the European Union in 2015 saying that if we support Ukraine and accept refugees from Ukraine, we will not be accepting refugees from other places. To which Nawrocki said there was no war in Ukraine in 2015, which is a complete falsehood. So no, he was not referring to the consideration of sending troops to Ukraine, which was sparked by Bujak, the former opposition guy, saying that it would be splendid if Polish troops were fighting in the Donbass, to which then presidential candidate Andrzej Duda said, well, it is a serious decision that we have to consider carefully. And that was absolutely not the thing that Nawrocki was referencing when he said that there was no war in 2015, which is a pathetic thing for a historian to say. No, it definitely is not a purpose of a debate to convince someone. No, it's not a purpose of a debate to convince someone. Yeah, definitely. When I watch a presidential debate between Nawrocki and Trzaskowski, I'm so sure that they are trying to convince one another. In fact, they both are hoping that at the end of the debate, they will both endorse one another. It was, oh, you've convinced me, you'll be the better president, I will endorse you now. In fact, you have convinced me so hard during this debate, I'm just gonna back off back out of this race, and I'm just gonna leave the rest to you. Yeah, that's definitely the purpose of debate, to convince someone. Yeah, that's definitely it. That's the thing. Yes, Konrad. Yes, brilliant. We're talking about a regime that left it up to Russia to make peace, and were somehow surprised when Russia continued to bomb Ukrainian residential areas. We're gonna talk about the peace talks that happened. The peace talks that lasted a little bit over an hour. Question alluded to when it was considered to send troops to Ukraine. That was not... And even if... I'm sorry, what does that even change? Okay, I'm gonna grant you. I'm gonna say, okay, the question alluded to when it was considered to send troops to Ukraine. How does that change the idiocy of Nawrocki saying that that there was no war in Ukraine in 2015, when there absolutely was a war in Ukraine in 2015? There is no war in Ukraine. There is only a military operation. Oh, okay, thank you, stalker. Nobody wants to divide up, whatever. It's actually pretty well established that debates don't convince people of anything. They're purely for entertainment and intellectual exercise. I mean, yes. That is true. I mean, sometimes debates can convince some of the audiences, but... Yeah, sure, debate on 2 candidates is the same thing as a debate with 20 people on some YouTube. Yeah, of course, I'm debating 20 people right now. I'm sorry, I'm not debating 20 people, I'm debating 2. Refrain from multiplying yourself by 10, please. I'm definitely not debating 20 people. I'm not debating my whole audience, Dr. Johns. Nawrocki is a tough guy, a boxer. Yeah, Yanukovych was also a tough guy. He grew up in a football gang environment and later went on to graduate from university and became the head of a historical institute. Yeah, tough guy, former pimp, scammed an elderly guy out of a communal apartment, a historian that doesn't know when the war started in Ukraine. Brilliant guy. We really need this Polish-bred Yanukovych clone in here. I'm so glad that the Polish Yanukovych won the election. I'm so happy about that. I could not be more overjoyed. Now we're just picking on words, whatever. Yeah, I'm super picking on words. Social talks too crazy for me. Well, it's jakiś lewak. Yeah, I'm just not an idiot, okay? You still haven't answered my question about the war thing. Okay. He was answering to when there was a consideration to send troops to Ukraine. What does that change? Nawrocki is still an idiot. He still said that there was no war in Ukraine in 2015. Are you going to argue that there was no war in Ukraine in 2015? Like, if you said it, I would at least grant you that you're no historian, but Nawrocki is a historian. Allegedly. Maybe all the boxing has scrambled his brain and just forgot all the history. Who knows? I did not expect it to be just debating the chat for God knows how long. But here we are. I'm gonna be debating, and then I suppose I'm gonna be discussing the drone strike on Russian soil and the peace talks that lasted a little bit over an hour. Yeah, there was a war at the time. Nawrocki made a mistake. No, he didn't make a mistake. Okay? Like, you can forgive certain mistakes out of someone's field. He is a historian. For a historian to say that is not excusable. That is his speciality. That is his wheelhouse. He has a whole... he leads an institute of the historical remembrance, okay? His history is supposed to be his main thing. And I hate to say it, 2015 is not even all that distant history. Okay? It's pretty recent. A president of Poland does not know what is happening next door. Amazing. I love it. I love the fact that the new president-elect has no clue about what's been happening right next door within the last decade. I can really trust this guy to do the job, I guess. Same attitude you keep up was the exact reason why Trzaskowski lost. This and Tusk getting involved. When did Tusk get involved? My goodness. What interview? This is very sad. I'm gonna pour myself something to drink. I've already discussed the reason why, in my opinion, the election was lost by whatever. It is amazing to me that I have... Well, now I guess I'm debating... Wait, no, I'm still debating two people. Stalker just came in and sort of dipped. I do want to remind you that I'm a trans person. The thing that you hated the most. Since Mensen, Nawrocki, and especially Brown probably all share the disdain for people like me. In fact, I'm pretty sure that according to the party which endorsed the current elect president, believes that I'm not even a person, I'm just an ideology. How does one support this channel and you as a creator, I wonder? What freak fighter? Oh, yes. If you like what I do, if you want to support me, then why not join this page and support, donate, subscribe, and all that stuff. And all that stuff. I'm not even gonna go into the whole embarrassing thing when Mensen asked Trzaskowski why would Warsaw need a representative to be in touch with the LGBT community. What about the gingers? What about them gingers? Yeah, a very huge thing. Yeah, the main thing. Tusk getting involved. I'm sorry, you live in your own bubble. Yeah, Tusk giving an interview, that was the huge thing. Definitely not the United States of America interfering into Polish election directly and saying that if Nawrocki doesn't win, the US will withdraw its troops from Poland. That was definitely not a big thing in the election. Yeah, Tusk was the one that decided everything. Oh, God, the derangement. I don't even know what to say. It's all about Tusk. No one said that. No one said what? What, bro? What do you mean, what, bro? That was such a huge thing for the rest of the campaign. Some interview that Tusk gave. Well, what a huge thing that was. Pulling troops from Poland. No one said that. Oh yeah, no one said that except for the Homeland Security chief. You know, the one that killed a puppy because it was untrainable. Oh, no one said that. Oh yeah? Jack don't do it? No one said that. Okay. Let me see. I still have it up somewhere. So funny you should say that. We're gonna bring it up. Or we could just Google it. Not true. Not true, huh? Brown bear. Not true. She spoke about contract. No, she did not speak about contracts. Homeland Security. Nawrocki. There you go. Yeah, sure. It was nothing. A leader of a government with huge distrust getting involved with nothing. I'm not sure, but this was the only thing that made him lose. But Tusk is so heated that it makes an impact. Yeah, I'm sure that was the main factor. She clearly said that if Nawrocki wins, we will have the best equipment. No, okay. Let's just listen to the person, okay? Because I can see that illiteracy is spreading. I'm debating three people.
U.S. Secretary of Homeland Security Kristi Noem said that Karol Nawrocki should be the next president of Poland. Speaking at the CPAC conference in Rzeszów in Poland.
Clearly speaking about contracts.
Noem also criticized his run-off rival and Warsaw Mayor Rafał Trzaskowski.
I just had the opportunity to meet with Karol, and listen, he needs to be the next president of Poland. Do you understand me? It matters who's in charge. I have watched over the years as socialists and people that are just like this mayor out of Warsaw, that is an absolute train wreck of a leader, have destroyed our countries.
Yeah, I definitely don't live in Poland. Yes, of course.
Because they have led by fear. They have used...
Yeah, it is the lady that has killed her own dog. Yes, you're well informed. A U.S. Homeland Security chief that has killed her untrainable 14 months puppy, yes.
Fear to control people. And they've used fear promote an agenda.
Speaking at the inaugural CPAC Poland conference, Noem backed Nawrocki as the only candidate who would ensure Poland will continue to have US military presence and enjoy close ties with the administration of Donald Trump. I just had the opportunity to meet with Karol, Noem told the crowd. She then warned that a vote for Trzaskowski would mean he would take all of that protection away from you. If Trzaskowski wins, he will take away US protection from you. Yeah, that clearly speaks about contracts. You will continue to have the US presence here, a military presence, and you will have equipment that is American made. You will continue to have the US presence here, a military presence, if Nawrocki wins. Yeah, sure, no speak of troops, it was all just about contracts. The Suchi 25 BK POW. Yeah, because Trzaskowski has the power to take away US troops and not the US. Yeah, Trzaskowski would take away the troops. Okay, just illiteracy. Who said it? Who said Trzaskowski will take away your protection from the US? It was said by the Homeland Security Chief of the US, saying if Trzaskowski wins, you will lose US protection. Amazing. Amazing. Trzaskowski is completely subordinate to Tusk. Yeah, the EU will create a situation in which the USA will live on their own. Yeah, of course. Can you describe that situation to me? Can you describe a situation in which Donald Tusk and the horrible European Union would force the United States to withdraw troops? Who's even is that woman? Like, what's her position in administration? Homeland Security Chief of the United States. That is her position in the administration. Thank you. Pretty big deal. Also, Trzaskowski is out of the race. Trzaskowski is not president, so he will not do anything. I hate that I have to point that out, but Trzaskowski will not do anything. What do you mean? Do you think now better what the Poles want? The vote was split in half. The difference between the candidates was less than 2%. What do you think? Do you think you know better what Poles want? I don't. What a silly question. What a deflection as well. We were talking about the US threatening to take away your troop presence. You said there was no such thing. I've demonstrated you that that was exactly what was said, and then you just retreated to asking, do you think you know better what the Poles want? Pathetic. Pathetic. stick to a point. Don't run away. If the Germans say that Nawrocki is a bad choice, it means that he is a very good choice. That's the stupidest thing that I've ever heard. I'm sorry, I'm not looking to the Germans to know whether or not Nawrocki is a good or bad candidate. Like, maybe you look at Germany for your opinions on a presidential candidate. I don't. Maybe that's the difference between us. Nawrocki was very much under attack. The Civic Coalition ran a negative campaign. They attacked Nawrocki with practically everything they could, and he still won. Yeah, just like the hero of the United States, Donald Trump, attacked by everybody, the hero of the nation. Our brave pimp, boxer, football brawl, scamming elderly guys out of an apartment, champion of Poland. He really represents Polish Christian values, doesn't he? If it weren't for this propaganda, Nawrocki would have a bigger advantage. Pfft, don't make me laugh. Learn the history of the 20th century. And what does that mean? Am I supposed to learn the history of the 20th century from Nawrocki, your candidate, that thinks that there was no war in Ukraine in 2015? Is that what I'm supposed to learn of the 20th century history? Oh, thanks, I'm good. I think I'm not gonna learn history from your candidate. I think I'm good. I mean, they did have reasons to attack him. Yeah, they did. Imagine attacking someone for being a former pimp, for having connections to the criminal underground, for taking part in brawls, for scamming people out of communal apartments. Imagine attacking anybody for that. May he who has no sin throw the first stone, innit? Moreover, Trzaskowski's campaign was illegally financed. By what do you mean by illegally financed? Are we having another Manson fund? You have no evidence because you're not making any claims. I just gave you evidence of the US troop stuff. What do you mean? Jesus Christ Almighty. I just gave you direct quotes about the US troops, and then you just run away from it. Ah, yes, okay. I will do my best to provide all the evidence at my disposal to prove to you that I'm not. I'm sorry, if you feel insulted, then maybe you should look inward. For you, Trzaskowski is crystal clear and everyone else is bad. Trzaskowski's campaign was sponsored illegally and that's about it. Yeah, and when I ask you about any detail of his illegal sponsorship, then you have nothing. Because Manson has not provided you with any details of this, because Manson has nothing. You know, unlike the whole pimp thing, which has a lot more detail into it, unlike the football brawl thing, which Nawrocki has proudly admitted to, unlike the apartment thing, to which Nawrocki has given 20 different versions of events. I think the worst thing about Nawrocki was how he boasted about it. Honestly, would have kind of accepted a simple apology for his past, but he still shouldn't be a president. True, we can agree on that, Konrad. We can definitely agree there. It's ridiculous. I explained to you that Trzaskowski is pro-EU and EU is anti-USA. How is EU anti-USA? Explain it to me. How is the EU anti-USA? You're just stupid. I'm sorry. A very well-known case in Poland with illegal financing. Just use Google. Oh, okay. So you've got nothing. Thank you. You've got nothing. Unless Daddy Manson gives you more detail, you've got nothing. Or was it Daddy Brown? Like, take your pick. Grzegorz Braun, the fire extinguisher guy, or Manson, then we should pay for university guy. I guess you know what? You're a viewer. You're a precious viewer. I'll just let you wait for Manson to provide you with more details about this alleged illegal financing scheme, and come back to me when Manson gives you more information, because as it stands, it seems like you've got nothing. Anyway, I'm going back to Hearts of Iron, Kaiserreich. Good luck with chat, Lucy. Yeah, thank you, Vladimir. Oh, the EU is anti-American. Well, how? Well, it just is. Oh, Trzaskowski was illegally financed. How? Well, he just did. That's it. Okay. Sure. Brilliant. Learn how to use the internet and stop insulting people. You are the older person. How do you know? I have no clue how old you are. Although maybe from your behavior, I would guess that you're about 13. You have the link, or what? What does that even mean? The EU was made to screw the US. Oh yeah, from Manson talking points to Trump talking points. Get help. Squiddered. Skidder. Instead of telling people to use Google, why don't you just provide the results of your Googling? Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Well said. Or just, I don't know, just wait for Manson to tell you more information. Like, it's so pathetic. Like, it's so transparent that these people just get their information from their daddies, their Sławomir Mansons, their Grzegorz Brauns, but they just left it at vague conspiracy. They never provided any clear evidence. They never provided any clear, detailed facts of the matter. So, of course, his acolytes have to retreat to vague nonsense as well. The EU is just anti-American. It's just a fact. You don't need any more information. Just trust me, bro. It's just Trzaskowski was simply illegally financed. It's just fact. Nobody has to look into it. Just trust me. Oh yeah. The European Union was definitely just created for the sole purpose of screwing over the United States. That's definitely true. Anyone who might have a will outside of the US interest is opposed to the US, of course. Anti-American. A childish view. A paranoid view. Thank you, Estelle. Or an illiterate view, which would be my go-to tonight. Imagine being such a cuck to the US. I know, especially under Trump. Of all times to be cuck to the US. When Trump just decides to throw 50% tariffs on all of Europe. And people like that are like, oh, you don't know, it's just because the EU was so anti-American. Pathetic. Everything is about me, the American. I actually have Polish people here today arguing with me why Nawrocki is an amazing candidate and why Manson was an even more amazing candidate and why Grzegorz Braun should basically be declared a saint. Grzegorz Braun should be elevated into sainthood, I suppose. Do you want me to make this into a segment? We are all living in America after all. Yeah, we are. We all live in America. We are all Americans this fine day. Planet America. That's what all world politics come to be. So, are you from Lithuania? Who, me? Who are you asking? Are you asking me or Estelle? Just kindly point out to them that if Poland falls to Russia, they're going to be on the Russian chopping block. America, America. We all live in America. I'm asking you. No, I'm not from Lithuania. I'm Polish, and I live in Poland. Why did you assume that I'm from Lithuania? I do like the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth. It's wunderbar. Beautiful. Now I'm Polish. Which, by the way, I would remind you that I'm still gathering funds to go back to Ukraine and do some work on the kidnapped children by Russia. To do some conversation with organizations that rescue children from Russia. Which part of Poland, if I may ask? Warsaw. Technically speaking, I live near Warsaw, not Warsaw proper. Near Warsaw. Outskirts. Right now, I live on the outskirts of Warsaw. You're either pro-American or pro-Nazi fascist EU. Of course, Jack, don't do it. Of course. Well, I guess I'm gonna turn this into a segment. It's gonna be like a little debate segment of the week. If I cannot get a person to call into the stream and debate me, then I'm just gonna have to settle for debating the chat. Which also means that I will have to do some very creative editing. Were you born in Ukraine? You're asking me if I was born in... Yeah, of course, I was born in Kiev. I'm actually Ukrainian, you see. That's why I have all these horrible beliefs. I was born in Kiev and my real name is... I'm not gonna dox myself. It's Ukrainian. My native tongue is Ukrainian. You're right. You got me. They never call in Lucy, true. Only Dr. Johns calls in to guide me by the hand through the world of Half-Life. Yes, you got me. I'm a Ukrainian. When I say I'm Polish, I actually mean that I'm Ukrainian. Cover the riots in France. Which ones? Which ones? There are riots and protests in France every week. Like, France is the country of riots and protests. Oh, that was a mean thing to say. Okay, and all clear why you hate Brown and Manson. Yeah, because I'm Ukrainian. I'm just a hateful Ukrainian that knows no better. I want to spread the Ukrainization of Poland. I think all Polish people should be replaced by Ukrainian people, and I think that Ukrainian language should become the official language of Poland next to Polish. And in time phase out Polish in favor of Ukrainian, of course. That's my belief. No, it's pretty accurate, and the French are proud of that reputation. Yeah, I've heard that thing. That I'm not just saying that. I have a pretty good French friend, and he told me that. Yeah, a pretty good French friend has told me that. That's a thing. That's the thing. A foul Ukrainian was arrested in Kyiv trying to smuggle a crocodile across the border. What? Next year you're gonna start defending the Azov battalion. Of course! What do you mean? They're my favorite guys. There are literally no French left. Of course. They're all gone. A crocodile? Yeah, of course. That is the main produce. That is the main produce, export produce of my home country of Ukraine. Crocodiles. Ukraine arrested an innocent podcaster who was only trying to get laid and take pics of artillery positions. Yeah, I know. Poor coach. Poor coach. We all pray for coach. Yes, of course. We all pray. An innocent podcaster who was doing partisan work with the Ukraine. Yeah, that one. French are full of themselves, although I can't blame them. If my country got Napoleon, I would be too. I mean, according to Jack Don't Do It, there are no French left, and soon there will be no Polish left. If I have my way as a Ukrainian. And now we'll never know if we're ignorant or evil. Well, I'd rather have Ukrainians in Poland than people from Africa or the Middle East. Well, thank you, Krisa. I feel so accepted. Thank you. I guess you are pro-Ukrainization of Poland. I guess you're anti-Brown as well. I guess we are united in our disdain for Grzegorz Braun. Brilliant stuff that I'm seeing here. I have Ukrainian friends, amazing. I bet they appreciate your fondness of Grzegorz Braun and Manson. Definitely they appreciate you. How selective Crystal is with the racism. I mean, it happens. Or those evil people from Africa. Africa is just evil. Not to even mention the Middle East. See, you can vote for Manson and have friends Ukrainians today. I also just talked to one about politics. Yeah, you can have friends from a country and vote for a guy that would like to screw them over. I mean, okay, I'm not sure if that's something to brag about. Lucy chat really attracting all kinds as of late. I know. I don't think anecdotal evidence is valid. Yeah, imagine that. How a lot of people who voted for Hitler had Jewish friends. Imagine that. Lucy really must be popping off. Oh yeah, for sure. I'm about to be the next Hassan Piker. This is not racism. Poles are really afraid of such distant cultures, but call it what you want. You don't live in Poland. Yeah, Polish people are just small, afraid beings. We're just so scared of those foreign cultures. We're just so scared of those faraway, scary cultures of Africa and the Middle East. Even though Iran, during World War II, has accepted thousands upon thousands of refugees from Poland and organized education for Polish children in Polish history, Polish culture, Polish everything. But you know what? Whatever. The Middle East is just scary. The Middle East accepted thousands upon thousands of refugees from Poland during the most devastating war for Poland, and even the government went out of its way to organize Polish education for the children. But I guess it's just too scary the other way around. Horrifying, terrifying. I guess those are my 2 cents about the history of the 20th century. Speaking of Hassan, what do you think of him? I am not a big fan. You're not gonna find a big fan of Hassan in me, okay? I don't know what your opinion of Hassan is, but you're definitely not gonna find a huge fan of Hassan in me. Conrad, what sort of streamers do you watch, Conrad? I'm curious now. You know about Hassan, so you probably know about other streamers. What are your favorite streamers, Conrad? So what do you call it, racism? Well, Christo, because the common denominator for the people that you hate in the country happen to be people of color. I'm answering your question right now. I'm calling it racist because the common denominator for the people that you don't like happens to be the color of their skin. I don't really watch streams. I'm here by accident. Yeah, but you know of Hassan, right? That means you know of streamers. So surely you know any other streamers than Hassan, right? So I'm just asking, even if you don't super watch streams, what other streamers are you aware of existing? What other streamers do you know? What other streamers do you watch? That innocent podcaster. Okay, the side chat has not moved. He's going to say Asmongold, isn't he? I mean, he said that he doesn't watch streams much, so no. He did not say Asmongold. It's not about skin color, but cultural difference. Yeah, that just happens to correlate to skin color. I just happen to be afraid of all those cultures of the colored people. What a coincidence. Amazing. What a coincidence that all the foreign cultures that I'm super scared of just happen to be those of the people of color. They only watch Asmongold streams. I mean, they're watching this stream, and this is clearly not an Asmongold stream, so got him. I'm also here by accident. You showed up on my main. Cool. I mean, maybe, you know what, Dr. Johns? Maybe I am popping off if I'm appearing on people's feed. Okay? Obviously, Lucy showers. I mean, I took a bath today, but yes. Loshelix, you seem to know a lot about me. That's interesting. I mean... So what other streamers do you know, apart from Hassan Piker? Do you know Destiny? I know of Asmongold, but I don't like him. Well, that's good. Okay, you know Hassan, you know Asmongold. Do you know Destiny? Destiny? I know Destiny, but I'm not into the lore. Oh, well. I don't think you're missing anything important by not being into the Destiny lore. Maybe I'll ask you about the smaller creators. Do you know Chud Logic? Does the name Chud Logic ring any bells? Does the name Chud Logic mean anything to you? Nope. Does the accent Chud Logic's... what about Loner Box? Does the name Loner Box mean anything to you? Am I missing something? No, I'm just asking. I'm just giving you the... I know the guy with whom Hassan had beef with. Forgot his name. Who? Hassan has a beef with quite a few people. Ethan Klein, okay. So you only know the big streamers, and me. You only know the big streamers, and then you know the micro streamer. That's pretty interesting. It is a pretty interesting thing. You only know of the super big streamers, and then the super small one, which is me. I only know Lucy and the Traditionalists. Oh no, Jack, don't do... Oh, I'm not taking the bait. I'm not taking the bait. Whoa, you scumlord. You little scumlord. I'm not taking the bait. I'm not gonna respond. You know what you're doing. To be a streamer is to be majorly beefy. Lucy, did you have any favorite teachers growing up? I did. I did have some favorite teachers growing up. I had a biology teacher that I really liked. For instance, Lucy has a beef with me. With you? Fight me, Lucy. We'll call in and we can debate. I mean, you just don't have to be a shitty person to be a streamer and not start beefing. I may know some more. That's just not something I think about a lot. What do you think about a lot? I've been thinking about a lot of things. Well, I think the debate is over. I'm gonna turn it into a juicy segment. Great or ain't? Should I turn this debate into a segment? What do you think? With the chat. Tell me about the biology teacher. She was my teacher in primary school. My teacher in primary school, and she really got me into biology in primary school. But then she left the school. She wanted to take me to a big microscope and continue my biology education, but all that sort of faded away into nothingness. Gosh, that got me thinking. No, I will not debate you because I am correct and you are wrong, so I have already won. True. You mentioned the US. Are you sure my sentiment is not from Russia or from somewhere else? True. It's from the US, Russia, and Belarus, for that matter. Were you already trans? Unless that's sensitive question. I mean, yeah, sort of. It's a bit complicated. I would just argue with people online. Yes. Yes. I had an interesting biology teacher in the 10th grade who had a big shelf of preserved things, snakes and organs and stuff. He would occasionally have us do yoga. A yoga biology teacher. That sounds very Florida. Sounds very Floridian. Okay, we might as well jump into the other topics. You see, Lucy drew herself as the Chad and Obsessive Forge, and me as the Soy Jack, so she would. I do know how to draw, but I hate to say this, Dr. Johns, but Obsessive Forge also knows how to draw. How does one know that they have the wrong gender? That's the topic. I can admit I'm illiterate. I mean, okay, let me ask you this. What is your gender, Conrad? I assume from the name that you're a man? I guess I'm just... it's Pride Month, okay? We're just going to enter a second segment, which will not maybe be a debate. How do you know that you're a man, Conrad? Damn, I don't have a rebuttal to being a soy jack. True, you don't. You've been defeated. How do you know that you're a man? So you were born as a woman, if you don't mind me asking? Wait. Okay. So you were born as a... You think I'm a trans man? You think I was born as a woman and transitioned into a man? Is that what you're asking me, Criso? You're asking me if I transitioned from female to male? Tough questions here. Yes. Wow. Okay, I'll take that as a compliment, I guess. No. I'm a trans woman. I never got that assumption. Are you saying that I'm having a hard time passing as a man? Are you saying that I'm not a very well passing man? Is that what you're saying? I was clearly born as a woman. It's the forbidden chat. Well, let's use the chłopski rozum and say because of the penis to push the conversation. Okay, so what if someone's intersex? What if someone's intersex? They are born with a penis, but actually all the other stuff is like that of a woman, quote unquote. What then? Like, is that the only thing that makes you a man? I have a penis, therefore I'm a man and I'm comfortable with being a man? This reminds me of a story I saw about some things that happened in South Carolina. No, misunderstanding. I made a mistake. I meant whether you were born as a woman. Sorry, it's late. What if I told you that I was born a woman? Did you cover the bathroom incident from South Carolina, Lucy? I think so. I'm not so sure. I think so. Yeah, I think so. I might have. If it's what I'm thinking about, then yes. Lucy was born a baby. No. I was born an adult. I would say it's if you have a persisting feeling of an alienation from your own body and the way people expect you to present. Yes, that's a perfect description, Greater Rank. I don't know, you tell me. I remember there was some athlete from Poland that was intersex. I think she even won some medals. I think Greater Rank explained it best, Conrad. That's how I see it, but I don't understand the whole concept, nor do I really need to understand. It got me thinking. No, Lucy was born a duck. General Kenobi. Yes, I am pleased. Everybody should move to... Although I don't know. I don't know how hard I should... I'm not sure how hard I should advertise the side chat right now. I'm not so sure. I'm being very careful about advertising the side chat right now. But if you wanna donate and subscribe, then I'm not gonna stop you. Certainly. Well, you do need to pay White Leaf. I do. 10%. The C should ignore YouTube chat to incentivize site usage. True, I should. But I would not get that debate if I did. And what do you think of men who have undergone gender reassignment surgery and participate in women's sports, beating the competition? There's no such thing as men undergoing gender reassignment. Yes, trans women. Well, I'm sorry to say that recent, newest, coolest studies indicate that trans women don't really have any a huge advantage over cis women in sports. This has been known for a while, but now studies have confirmed it, and people that are against trans women in sports don't care. See, there you go. Jack Don't Do It is a prime example. Jack Don't Do It doesn't care about studies. He just, yeah, they do, because I say so. Oh, okay, studies be damned, I guess. Who cares about studies? They do. It just feels intuitive and it feels true, so it has to be true. This is what happens. Well, Jack Don't Do It is a primary example of a Trump voter, though, so. But does the alienation feeling only mean that you have the wrong gender? I mean, depends on what you mean. There's a thing called, for example, gender dysphoria. There's also cases of cis non-trans women overperforming in sports and being assumed to be trans. That is true. Cis women with high testosterone levels are assumed to be trans. That is a thing that happened. There was a pretty famous / infamous boxer case, for example. It would make the editor's job a lot easier for that debate, since she has to rip from the chat reply in the VOD for context. True. I'm going to edit that debate thing myself. I'm not gonna torture fake Alec Hal Parker with that. Conrad, the degree of alienation one feels would be for each person to decide what it means for them. Like, this strong a feeling that they rather not persist as they are currently, I would say it's worth considering transition. Alright, makes sense. See, you have been convinced in this debate. That wasn't a debate. There was no debate happening here. You're not gonna torture your unpaid intern editor. Are you even a YouTuber? Maybe. Alright, I think we can go to the next subject soon. I think we're having a very interesting conversation with chat. So I have to ask. I've called you illiterate. I've called you ignorant. I have called you silly. Have I won you over as a viewer? Are you going to be a regular viewer now? Have I done the job? Have I acted like a real streamer? Are you now a dedicated Lucy Haze viewer? My words are wise and have won over someone's heart. I have won. I have succeeded. Jack, don't do it, don't complain. Today of all days, I am seeing a surge of right-wing viewers in here, okay? Like, don't complain about a lack of right-wing viewers in here tonight. You cannot. If you play more Black Mesa, then sure. Then you'll donate. I cut to the chase. If you want the effects of the hormones, you should get hormones. If you don't, then that's it. I had no opinion on the subject before, so I don't know if you can say that I'm convinced. I mean, now you have an opinion, maybe. Maybe now you have an opinion, somewhat. It's not about what trans or gender. It's not about what trans or gender is. It's about trans or gender do. I have no money after rent. Oh. Well, that is sad. I'm unlikely to return here because our views are completely different. Oh, wow, okay. You get challenged and then you get scared. I get it. Okay, I get it. That is such cowardice. I'm not gonna return here. Your views are different than mine, and I hate being, exposed to different views. such shameful behavior. And they say that the left is the group that hates to be exposed to different opinions. But it seems like it's the right. It's been the right all along. It's been the right wing. Oh no. Opinions different than my own. I gotta skedaddle. I gotta run. I left a stove on. If you stay, I'm gonna show you. If you stay, I'm gonna feed my dog a sausage or a hot dog on camera. Nah, the left wing is like a cult. Yeah, sure. Of course. Says the MAGA Trump voter. Like a Trump voter tells me about cults. Okay, thank you, Jack, don't do it. My goodness. Like a cult. The cult of personality. Well, pretty sure the debate is over now. They will dox you, harass you, and try to get your friend you fired for views. Yeah, I definitely will do that, Jack, don't do it. I'm just, using my deep connections to dox you and to get you fired for reviews. Yeah, that's definitely happening. For real, for sure. This is not about exposure to other views. It's just that neither your arguments reach me nor mine reach you. We can only argue about political issues, and everyone will have own right. I don't know what own right is. I have no clue what that means. Sorry. I'm having pierogis. That's good. You just hate me because I'm Ukrainian. That is why you won't be coming back, Chris. So you're just let's stop the Ukrainization of Poland. I'm not gonna come back to the stream of this Ukrainian person. I'm like, oh, okay. I see. I see how it is. The thing is, not everything in life is about arguments. True. True, Obsessive Forge. Okay, are pierogis Russian or Ukrainian? I think pierogis like a pretty universally Eastern European thing. I mean, Russkie pierogi are pretty clearly more Ukrainian than Russian, because Russkie is from Rush, and that is from Kiev, Rush. And Kiev was a Ukrainian city, okay? And Ukrainian people as well as Belarusian people were, before the split into the individual nationalities, called Rushini, right? You know that if you are a fan of history, right? That there was a place called Rush. And yes, and it was part of the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth, for that matter. The majority, a lot of the Rush Kijowska became part of the Great Duchy of Lithuania. And then when you had the Pact of Lublin, you know, your city, Lublin, have the Pact of Lublin that created the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth. The two countries joined in a personal union, and the lands of Rush were transferred from the Duchy of Lithuania to the Kingdom of Poland. And that is why, and that is how what later became Ukraine and what later became the nation state of Poland became one entity for quite a long time. Poland and Ukraine have been part of, like, think about this. Poland and Ukraine have been part of a single country for longer than Ukraine has been a part of Russia. Which is why Polish as a language has more vocabulary in common with Ukrainian than Russian and Ukrainian. You might be shocked to hear that, but it's true. There's a vast variety of lived experiences out there and that simply are and require no argumentation to simply be. I remember people correcting Ruskie to Ukrainskie in some milk bars. Yeah, that's because a lot of people see Ruskie and think Rossijskie when Ruskie does not, Ruskie does not refer to Rossijskie, it refers to, well, Ruskie from Rush, not Rossijskie from Russia. It's a common misconception. I think Ruskie pierogi is fine because of the reasons that I've just laid out. Some Belarusian language is more similar to Polish than to Russian. Yeah, that's because Belarus was also part of the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth. Russian people get so angry at me when I point this out, that Ukrainian and Polish are more similar than Russian and Ukrainian. People just call me crazy. Russian, mainly Russian people call me crazy. That I just, yeah. Oh wow, okay. You should all jump to the side chat. Okay, I'm gonna link it. Okay? I'm gonna link it. Join the page. And how do you like living in Poland, politics aside? It's a nice place. It has a lot of, hold on. I like the place where I live in. I also have a nice new German Shepherd now. 10 months. I've got a 10 months German Shepherd now. Called Fido. I've been to of course I've been to Lublin. I've been to Lublin because you pass Lublin when you go between Ukraine and do you plan to stay here permanently? I was planning to move to Vietnam at some point. But that was ruined by COVID, so maybe I'll leave. Maybe I'll live in I don't know, Maryland, who knows? Best state. I'm living about 100 kilometers from Lviv. Lviv is a nice city, by the way. Lviv is a really nice city. Complicated history, so. Majority Polish city before World War II. Same as Vilnius, for that matter. Majority Polish city before the war. Those VA are dropping like files, it seems. Like half of the OG cast has died. Oh, are you talking about King of the Hill? Or what? One of the King of the Hill voice actor was killed in a homophobic hate crime. Which one? Who? Who was killed? Yeah, I'm about to get a nice renovated house because I got flooded. Google says pierogi are associated with Poland. Yeah, because pierogi, that's a Polish word. I love Vietnamese women. Yes, Vietnamese women are in fact very pretty. I was about to visit Lviv, but then sadly the war broke out. Yeah, it's a very nice place. Maryland mentioned. Of course Maryland is going to get mentioned. What do you mean? It's a Lucy Haze stream. Maryland will get mentioned at some point. Of course Maryland is gonna get a mention at one point or the other. There's just no chance of Maryland not getting a mention. I think he was also recurring characters on Parks and Rec. Wait, which character? John Redcon voice. John, oh no. Hold on. If that's the character that I'm thinking of. Oh. Oh no. The coach. I've started watching King of the Hill from season 1 upwards in Ukraine, when in Kiev. Last year, for the first time, I've watched King of the Hill. Oh my god, I remember. Oh my god, I don't wanna... Whatever. I could make a joke about Vietnamese women, but mods would get mad at me. What's so strange about that? After all, foreign cultures can be attractive to some. Foreign cultures? Jesus, that's a strange thing to say. Can I say I have a pro-Vietnam bias because two of my best friends are Vietnamese. But that's neither here nor there. Oh, I have Polish viewers tonight. Okay, let me ask you this, okay? Polish viewers. Konrad is a Polish viewer. Kriso is a Polish viewer. Do you know a Polish channel? MC Kwadrat. Do you know MC Kwadrat? I always ask that from Polish viewers. When I have the opportunity, when any Polish viewer... so what do you think of MC Kwadrat then? Of course. Oh, there you go. Here you go. MC Kwadrat. A channel run by my best friend, who I've known for more than 20 years. There you go. That can be our bridge. If you like MC Kwadrat, that can be our bridge of consensus. That's strange. I like their accents. It's usually feisty and petite. That's so weird. I liked her though. I did not watch for a very long while. Well, she still makes content. That's right, Inkub. Weird champ. It took you that long to notice you have Polish viewers? I thought them hating on you would give them away. Listen, I didn't... Okay, I just remembered to ask about the MC Kwadrat channel. You know? Jesus Christ. Okay. The stereotyping of people is just amazing in the YouTube chat. What is happening? I remember her ASMR video for some reason. Yeah, I know that one. I know her ASMR video. Oh, thanks, Jack. Don't do it. Thanks for the transphobia in a trans streamers chat. I appreciate it, Jack. Don't do it. Thanks. Thank you. That's great. Happy Pride Month, I guess. Thanks. Jesus. That's not transphobia. No, not at all. Not at all. Not at all. Not in the slightest. This doesn't surprise me to have been a dickhead full stream. He never specified if it's a good surprise or a bad surprise. It was implied based on the comment above about being afraid to go to bed with the person. Doesn't feel like Pride Month when there's no companies putting rainbow on their PFP. I don't know, I'm not really attracted to culture, but rather to people I meet and interact with. Exactly, Dr. Johns. Dr. Johns, stop encouraging Jack, don't do it. You wouldn't even recognize it. I have a trans friend who has been with her husband for 10 years and he doesn't even know. Damn. Well, damn. Well, that happens. Alright, we might just jump into... I'm stirring the pot. Do you mind? Yeah, thanks, Dr. Johns. I can see that. Thanks. Thank you, Dr. Johns. What am I even doing here at 3 a.m.? I don't know. You're enjoying yourself. You're enjoying a nice stream. You're realizing that you are like a leftist streamer who happens to be hardcore Ukrainian, of course. A hardcore Ukrainian. Damn. Oh, did I see just somebody? The content must flow, Lucy, and arguing with the chat is content. Jesus Christ, the stream is saving my day. I was having a rough one. Yeah, is it? Well, that's good. I'm glad I'm saving someone's day while having a rough one myself. Wow, race realism has entered the YouTube chat now. just realized there's one thing everyone on chat can agree on. Fuck Israel. I mean, Israel is being pretty bad. We can agree on that, yeah. Genocide. That's not good. I'm glad we are all not approving of genocide. Cultures don't have biology, my friend. Jesus. I would think of a funny quip, but whatever. I've got nothing. I don't have a funny quip for this. Culture has a biological basis? Jesus Christ almighty. Can you break that down for me? Can you break down how culture has a biological basis? Thank you, I'm just here to watch a trash fire. You came just in time. I manufactured this. You missed a big debate. I'm just here to watch a trash fire. I'm sorry to say you have missed most of the trash fire. There's still some trash fire left, but there's still some. Are you for real? I guess they are. Guess they are really for real. White people are just genetically predisposed to avoid using spice when cooking. True. I'm gonna need that explained to me as well. True. I want to be educated. See, you cannot just say that. I just jump at you and assault you with my bad opinions. I want to be educated right now by you on the topic of biology and culture. But it's so weird that this stream was first on my main page on YouTube when I never seen your channel ever. That is pretty strange. It means that YouTube is starting to push me in the algorithm. That is good. That is good news for me. I'm gonna have to work hard to turn today's stuff into segments. Oh, and I even have more views on video and comments. Excellent. Oh, Lettuce would have had a field day. Lettuce would have had a field day with today's stream, but they've missed it. Unfortunately. That's funny. That is funny. I went to walk the dog. I'm sorry. You should be ashamed. Diversity and heterosis can be subconsciously attractive to many species, including mammals. If diversity is subconsciously attractive to many species, then why does your favorite candidate Manson so against the diversity and inclusion? I pose that question to you. What is your favorite guy so against diversity then? Imagine being in a room with 20 people to joke around with about politics. Hard to arrange these days. It's a political stream, to be fair. Dr. Jones, remember if we get 50 concurrent viewers, Lucy will play Duke Nukem Forever on stream. That's right. That's right. I've made that promise. I will play. Do you play Warzone? No, not really. I play Black Mesa. I've been playing it recently. My main page is you, some girl with French literature, Rex, and a Lego Star Wars stream with 50 views. Incredible. That's more than I have. Disconnect between genetic diversity and culture is so huge. Lucy has standards. True, I do have standards. I'm also gonna play Expedition 33. I don't know, Lucy. Forever seems like a long time to play Duke Nukem. I mean, I would rather start with Duke Nukem 3D, to be honest. You know, the one that was old and cool. Let's see. You've been flattered with compliments. Welcome to the algorithm, I guess, Lucy. Yeah, thank you. Thank you. I'm so honored. Lucy idea. Thank you. Thank you. If you copy, apparently in YouTube, if you just copy the stream link or something, the share link, if you click the share link and you don't even have to share it anywhere, then that counts as a share for YouTube and boosts me in the algorithm. That's apparently like a little bit of a cheat that you can do to help me grow. You should play Lego Star Wars, the complete saga on stream. I could, but I cannot afford it. What other games do you play? I play KOTOR. That's been a thing that I've been playing on stream lately. I play Eiyuden Chronicles. I play Star Ocean 2. I play StarCraft. I play Total War, Three Kingdoms. Stalker 2. What else? Quite a few games actually I play on stream as well. What was that horror game that I played? Oh, and I've been playing the entire Resident Evil series from start to finish on stream. We're on Resident Evil 4 right now. What else? Jesus Christ. Quite a few titles. I'm trying to... Oh, Manor Lords. I've been playing Manor Lords as well, the Polish game. Manor Lords. The thing is, conflating genetic groups with culture underpins a lot of the thinking that geography and bodies are linked and that people should mostly stay in the places their ancestors lived. So, thank you for the compliment. I do think I understood what you meant. I'm playing Death Stranding before the second one. Oh, that's a good game. I should play it on stream. Death Stranding. I recommend 7 Days to Die if you like survivals. I've played it a bit. I've been playing The Forest with people from the stream. I've also been playing The Forest, that's right. I've also gotten Evil West. Evil West is apparently also by... It's by a Polish developer. Duke Nukem Forever just feels like it's forever while you're playing. 7 Days to Die is better than The Forest in my opinion. Maybe I just played 7 Days to Die a little bit, so I cannot really comment. I don't know if it's survival, but I heard some good opinions on the Outer Wilds. I tried it a bit. I've also started playing this wacky crazy game called The Kindergarten recently. Like, I thought I would not like it, but then it turns out the Kindergarten game won me over when one of the options allowed me to play house and select the option no, you dirty whore. That won me over, I guess. Then I became the Kindergarten fan. I've been playing the game ever since, trying to get all the items and achievements and stuff. Okay, I gotta give you bigger context. So you play as a kindergarten kid and you play house with a girl during daytime, and she asks you, the protagonist, have you been drinking? Are you an alcoholic? And she's like, I've been waiting for you when you were in jail. And you can choose your little options. And then she says, well, when you were in jail, I slept with someone else. I guess I have my own demons to fight. Can you forgive me? And you have the option, no, you dirty whore. Crazy game. Crazy game. It is a crazy game. That's why I like playing it on stream so much. Oh, dirty whore. And everybody kills everybody in this game. I should also try the coffin of Andy and Lily. The game begins with you walking to the kindergarten and a bully telling you, hey, give me half of your money. And if you decide not to give the bully half of your money, then he just bludgeons you to death. I like the idea of a game where you are a child playing a game. Oh no, you may be a child in kindergarten, but you're playing no games. You're playing no games. There's no game playing. And there's this weird janitor. There's the principal that whenever you are sent to his office just shoots you in the head. Kindergarten is a very special game, okay? It's a very special it's a very special experience. Oh, I've been playing Helldivers too. I guess we do it on the weekends. Mostly I dedicate the weekends for gaming. And then I play Helldivers 2 with Dr. Johns, my Helldivers expert, and Incub, who is also my Helldivers expert. Super Earth is safe now. Yes. Did you know that Poland is like, I think usually you salute with the whole hand and Poland has the 2-finger salute? Did you know that? It's like the Polish specific salute. Press F. Oh yeah, also I've been playing the Thaumaturge. The Thaumaturge is a really cool RPG. It takes place in 1905, the beginning of the no, it's a good game. Beginning of the 20th century. 1905, I think. It's when... It's a Polish game. And Poland was still under the Russian Empire. Do you play Soulsborne or Elden Ring? Yes, I've played Elden Ring on stream, but it's not that... I'm not that good. I was quacked up very quick, so I'm back to stream. So what the kindergarten game? Oh, it's a crazy game. Where have you been, Vladimir? Where have you been? Have you ditched me? Vladimir, you've missed a whole huge debate that I've had with chat. When do you think World War III will begin? Apparently Taiwan ready to declare independence with US backing and US security guarantees soon. Yeah, because US security guarantees are worth so much, as we all know. Lucy, can we watch you play kindergarten? You know what? Whatever, I'll play a day. I'm gonna show you the greatness of kindergarten now. I'm not sure if you're prepared for it though, but yeah, I'm gonna show you kindergarten. It's crazy, crazy game. You can watch me play a bit of kindergarten, why not? And then we're gonna jump into topics. But I don't... Jack Don't Do It means officially declaring independence. Oh, I think I think I'm using too much memory. Oh, I'm using too much memory. Hold on. I'm gonna restart the browser and then I'm gonna play kindergarten. I trust American guarantees if they have interest in it, and Taiwan they have. Yeah, you know what? I don't trust American interest guarantees. I don't trust Trump. Okay. Trump has sorry, too unreliable. No, I don't trust. I don't trust Trump at all. I think American security guarantees are worth very little right now. I don't think it's a hot take. Oh yeah, let's see if I had an email back. Let's see if I've been emailed back. I sent an email today. Jim. Oh. All right. Let me see. Oh, for Christ's sake. America wants to cut itself from Europe. They have more important things to do in the Pacific. Yeah, until they don't, because the US under Trump will just backstab you in a heartbeat, because alliances mean nothing to Trump. So, and by extension, that means that the security guarantees of the US are not worth much either, which is not cool. I don't like that. I don't like that in the slightest. Nobody likes an unreliable quote-unquote ally. Will require a dinner to consume and become big and strong. US word means jack shit, true. Okay, let's play kindergarten. I have reset the browser and now I have Okay, let's play. Kindergarten. Oh, it's on. Alright. Yay! The kindergarten. What the hell? What happened to my poor OBS? Oh. Well, the OBS turned into a black screen, so I cannot do anything, which means that I cannot turn the browser off. Sorry. Unfortunately, I cannot do anything. Because I've got technical difficulties. So I'm a leftist streamer. No? No, sorry, I cannot. Seems like I cannot. The browser has like the OBS has just went crazy. And restarting it would just screw up the yeah. I'm afraid we're just stuck like this. Apologies. No joke, by sovereign citizen I mean like a very specific type of American citizen. Yeah, basically those, so you sovereign citizen are just a regular citizen. Oh no, are we discussing sovereign citizen now? Jesus Christ. Oh. No, I'm afraid I cannot do anything. I cannot do anything in the OBS. I'm afraid we're not playing kindergarten today. Sorry. We're doing super serious politics. Apologies. OBS gave me trouble. My apologies, everyone. Didn't Philippe Auguste tell me that they were gonna give me a raid? Alright, let's continue. Let's go. Let's just talk about some stuff. My goodness. Wait, hold on. No. Did I turn it off? What topics are coming up? Ukraine, of course. Did I turn it off? Skip. No, I did turn it off. Maybe I can play kindergarten after all. Oh, and now the whole layout is screwed up as well. Because, yeah. Yeah, never mind, I guess. I'm gonna Google my problem with OBS. OBS is black screen. All right. Oh, okay, I think I know. No, I just... Well, I'm not... I don't know what to do, actually. And ironically, I don't know what to do. OBS just crashed out on me. I guess I'm just gonna have to do the topics tomorrow. Whatever. I'm just gonna have to do all the cool topics that you wanted me to do. I'm gonna have to do them next time. So this is just a chatting stream now. Yeah, right now, yeah. With a messed up setup, okay? Or I could just end stream while I'm ahead. I could just end stream while I have 22 viewers while I'm ahead. Quit while I'm ahead. Couldn't I? God, I should have reset the computer. I should have just reset the computer before starting the stream. My goodness. How is everybody doing? Do you have any layout where your camera is full screen? No, not really. Oh yeah, Lucy. Also about all of the recent Nick Fuentes stuff that I wrote in the chat. So basically there's nothing drama about. Nick just got a little bit mad at Republicans. Good. Oh, okay. I want to talk about Ukraine now, but I cannot. Also, Vladimir, I have great news for you. I am Ukrainian, born in Kyiv. You might have not been aware of this, but that is my new lore now. That is the new lore of Lucy Haza now. Just so you know. Hold on, I'm gonna... no, it still doesn't work. I tried changing something and... No. Nope, I'm afraid not. You could fix the stream by dragging the thing back where it was. No, I cannot. That's the problem. I cannot fix my screen by dragging the thing back where it was because my OBS is a dark screen, okay? And I cannot see anything. I cannot use it. So no, I cannot just fix it by dragging the thing back where it was, actually. Nick is always mad because Trump's not extreme enough for him. Have you tried restarting OBS? Yes, I have clicked on close OBS and then I get a warning that all the streams that I'm doing will just stop if I do it. I see you have some Japanese grammar videos on your channel. What's your level? I think I'm intermediate, more or less. I can communicate with people in Japanese. I feel pretty comfortable communicating with people. Okay. No, just won't work. When I click X, OBS is currently active. All streams recordings will be shut down. Are you sure you wish to exit? So if I exit OBS to restart it, I will just end stream. That's it. Do you want me to end stream? Is that what you want? Is that what you want me to do? End stream. Did it just buffer when you do? Okay, I'll try it. I'll trust you, Dr. Jones. I'll trust you. I'm shutting it down. I'm trusting you. Are we back? Are we back? Is it back? Are we back? Are we back? Did it work? Did it work? Alright. Look, it was so correct to trust Dr. Johns. Oh, Dr. Johns, I always trusted in you. See, this is where you're the MVP of this stream. It's because I can trust you. Now we can do the topics. And we can play some kindergarten. This is perfect. What? I said I'm trusting you. What's with the dots, Dr. Johns? Wow. I was like, I trust you, Dr. Johns. I would trust you with my life. And now you're angry. So ungrateful. Right, we're playing kindergarten. I have to move it. There you go. Our favorite game, the kindergarten. Let's make the game louder. All right. Play. All right. Monday again. So we play as this kid. We're gonna take a flower. This is the flower Cindy gave me for being a good boyfriend all day. Perhaps I could show it to someone who needs a little love in their life. Bring the flower to school. Should I bring some extra money to school? Yes. Perfect. I am ready to start another day of kindergarten. Yes. I smell money. Sniff. Yeah, someone is definitely carrying a bunch of money around here. Hey kid, you carrying any cash? Yes. Excellent. Give me half or I'll split your empty skull with my foot. Now you'll see the craziness of this game. I'm gonna choose all the crazy options and you're gonna be able to appreciate the glory of this game. Well, I've lost one viewer on Twitch as well. No way. Look, kid, I don't have time to argue this with you. Give it to me or you're dead meat. Go make your own money. Don't say I didn't warn you. You died. Either bring less money to school or give half to bugs. The start room. No. Don't lie to me. I know when I smell money. Give me half or else. Fine, here. Good boy. Now don't go telling teacher about this or you might turn up missing like that Billy kid, right? Hey there, cutie. I'm Cindy. Wanna be my boyfriend? I'm so through with bugs. Sure. So it's going to be like Deltarune, but without all the weird stuff, yes. Where's Twitch so they don't count? They count a little bit. Heh, that's what I like to hear. And we'll totally be the cutest couple in school. But first, you have to do something for me. Like what? You see that girl over there? That's Lily. She's by far the ugliest, nastiest girl you will ever meet. I want you to take this gum and stick it in her hair during morning time. Got it? Yeah. Oh yay. This is gonna be so great. She'll finally get what she deserves. Just like her brother did for dumping me. Come find me for morning time after you've done it. Okay. I'm Monty. If you need something, come talk to me. Odds are I can get it for you for the right price. What I need and what I sell changes through the day, so come see me often. Okay, children, it's time to start the day. Everyone head inside for morning time. Good morning, children. It's time for you to pick your buddies for morning time, or you can be sad, pathetic, and alone, as long as you're the best you can be. Oh, I don't really do the whole morning buddy thing anymore. My brother Billy was normally my buddy, but he's missing. Put gum in Lily's hair. Did you just... Oh, you did. You put gum in my hair. That's so mean. Cindy put you up to this, didn't she? Well, I don't even care. Leave me alone. Did you do it? Oh my gosh, you totally did. Wow, what happened? What did she say? Did she cry? I bet she cried. She cried. Yes, I'm so happy. Now you can be my morning buddy, which also makes you my boyfriend. As my boyfriend, you get the honor of playing house with me. I'll meet you over at the dollhouse. I'll be home soon, honey. Welcome home, husband. I hope work wasn't too hard. 'Cause you're going to be making dinner tonight. Yes, dear. And after that, I need you to sniff. Have you been drinking again? Yes, dear. Well, at least you're being honest with me, and more importantly, yourself. You have a problem. I don't have a problem. Yes, dear. I want you to call your sponsor and tell him all about it. I also want you to give me money to buy a new purse to help handle the trauma and PTSD you've caused me. Yes, dear. I'm so glad you care so much about me. Thank you, sweetie. We'll get through this together. Now, go make my dinner. Yes, dear. Wow, that was the most fun I had playing house in a while. You're going to make a splendid boyfriend. I want you to have lunch with me. Okay. Great, I'll see you then. Alright, I'm ready. Go find a morning buddy or you'll be an outcast loser like Nugget. Okay. Why the hell do you think I would want to be your morning buddy? Good point. Money? Poor Nugget, I know, right? Oh, no, 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 no! You can just leave class without a pass. Okay, can I use the bathroom? May I use the bathroom? I don't know, can you? Of course, now that you've asked correctly. Here's the bathroom pass. Gee, thanks. Just be back soon. Sure. Not so fast there, little dude. I'm gonna need you to see your hall pass before I can let you by. Here's my pass. Okay, I'll let you pass. But I can't let you go any further than the bathroom. That's fair. That's fair. Who the hell are you? Hey, don't you go messing around with those bags. Okay, sorry. Hey, what's going on there, boy? What's in those bags? What bags? I don't see no bags. Those bags. Oh, these bags. Nothing for you to worry about your stupid little head about. Now run along. It's bleeding. Oh, yes, the bleeding. Say, did you know I'm required by law to stay at least 1 mop's length away from children at all times? How did that judgment get passed down? It's a long story, but it ends with someone on the end of a mop. Sounds riveting. It is, but that's a tale for another time. I'm morbidly curious. Heh, me too. That's what got me into that mess in the first place. Anyway, I don't think it would be appropriate for me to tell someone of your age that story. But it's okay for me to see a bloody bag in a bin? Righto, you sure are chipper, young sport. Here, take this nickel and buy yourself a bar of chocolate. A nickel won't cut it. What do you mean a nickel won't cut it? A nickel is gonna have to cut it or I'm gonna have to cut you. Chocolate is more expensive than a nickel. Oh, in that case I'll let the old lunch lady know to give you a chocolate at the price you would have seen back in my day before the whole mop incident. How about that? Okay. Good, now skedaddle. Skedaddle. That's the bell. What are you still doing here? Get back to class. Okay, geez. Oh, you're back. Right on time for lunch. Let's head down to the cafeteria, children. Go to lunch. I figured you'd be seeing me around now. Slop is no good and I don't think anyone is brave enough to try a biscuit from the janitor. Damn old man can't even spell it right. Biscuit balls, get your biscuit balls here. Get them while they're hot. You spelled biscuit wrong. What? No, I didn't. How would you even know? You can't even read. Monty can. How interesting, Mr. Bloody Bagger. Now I'm invested. Is that the dweeb with the glasses? Who am I kidding? Of course it is. Hey, nerd! What do you want? Got some janitor stuff you want to sell me? No, but I got a coffin for you to buy. Let this be a lesson to you about correcting people's spelling. There, lessons were learned. Lines were drawn. You're a good kid for letting me know that little monster is going around correcting spelling, and in a school of all places. Shameful the way kids turn out these days. Yeah, shameful. But you seem to be one of the good ones. Thanks. Just let the old janitor know if anyone else has anything to say about his spelling. I don't think that will happen again. Oh, these glasses flew off the nerd's face when I hit him. You can have them. These old eyes don't miss a thing. Right, thanks. What did you say to him? You should just rest now. Oh my god. Are you one of the good ones, Lucy? Of course. Yeah, of course I am. Oh, hey boyfriend, I saved you a spot to get something to eat and come sit with me. Okay. Wait, I have to get slop. How are you doing there, Sonny? Want some tasty, nutritious slop for lunch? Yes, please. There you go, buddy boy. Enjoy and don't be shy about coming back for seconds. Plenty of slop to go around. Oh, hey boyfriend, I saved you a spot. Go get something to eat and come sit with me. I have slop. Oh good, I was just thinking about, oh darn it, my stupid mother packed me something that's not vegan. She knows I'm all vegan right now. God, that woman is insufferable. Oh. Hey sweetie, would you be a darling and go get me something vegan? Something vegan? Yeah, you know. Like, I don't know exactly what it means, but I know it's good. So just ask around and see if you can find something vegan. Oh, and the slop isn't vegan. Anyway, now that's been taken care of. Wanna buy one of my biscuit balls? Biscuit balls? My own recipe. Came up with it after a little incident that happened recently. What's in them? What incident? Oh well, you see, that little girl's dog. Well, I told her she couldn't have him in school, so I brought him to my closet till her mom could pick her up. Okay. Little thing bit me and well, he escaped. Yeah, he escaped. Are you eating the dog? What? No, nonsense. And the fact that the little doggy's name was Biscuit is just a cruel irony. Just forget about it. Get away from my stand. Where did you get the recipe for this? It's a recipe I came up with myself. I have it written down on a piece of paper in a box in my closet. Now if you ain't gonna buy one, skedaddle. How much are they? They're $1 a piece. Quite a deal if I do say so myself. And I'm sure your little friend Cindy would love to try one. Why would Cindy want to try one? Just a just a hunch I have. Go on, give her one. I'm sure she'll love it. You're being creepy about it. I'm always creepy. Just give her a damn biscuit. Did you drug it or something? What? Of course not. I'm not that kind of janitor. This is something else, something a bit more entertaining. She wants something vegan. Vegan? Ha ha ha. You're her boyfriend. Wow, talk about setting the bar low. I'll make you a deal. What's the deal? I'll give you the biscuit ball for free. Don't worry. It's vegan. I'll also throw in one of them Monster Mon cards. All you gotta do is make sure she eats it. What do you say? Deal. Good. Come back here when she's downed it. Okay. What did you get me? This thing. That's vegan? Are you sure? Yep. Okay, I trust you. Munch munch. Hey, that's pretty good. It kinda reminds me of my dog in a weird way. I can't place it. Thank you so much for getting this for me. No problem. You're being so good to me today. You're probably the most well-trained boy I've ever met. I should use you for something at recess. I have an idea. What? I'm really liking the way Lily wears that gum, but maybe we could put something else in there. What do you mean? Jerome was telling me how the janitor has all sorts of gross stuff in this closet. I'm thinking we find something to give to Lily. Doesn't he keep it locked? Oh, you don't have to worry about that. Look what I have. You have the key? Yep, a girl has her ways. I'm gonna head over it and pay up the lunch lady so you can get going on down to that nasty closet. What about the hall monitor? Oh, that silly boy, he'll be in the bathroom having a cigarette. Just go in there and you'll be fine. Okay. Lunch is almost over, so listen for the bell while you're in there. The janitor will come back shortly after it rings, so get out as soon as possible. Let's do this. You're good to go. Hurry back. What the hell are you doing in my closet? No one's allowed in the janitor's closet except the goddamn janitor. Sorry, I ain't gonna cut it, kiddo. Sorry, I ain't gonna cut it at all. I'm really sorry. Me too, but not really. What are you sorry for? Restart room. Okay, quit. So that's the kindergarten, okay? That's the game. What do you think? For all the people that have not seen the game before, what do you think? That's basically how you play the game. Yay! Isn't it amazing? Isn't it the best game that you have ever seen? But yes, we quit for now. It's something absolutely insane. Yeah, I know, I love it. It is a game. Listen, it's a good game for stream, that's for sure. Don't you agree? Oh, I have to charge the phone. Well, I'm gonna go to the what do you call it? I call it going to the toilet. I'll be right back. I hope you enjoy, okay? Hope you enjoy the game. I'll be right back. And if you like what I do, join lucyhaze.org/live and consider donating and or subscribing. All right. I'm here. And who is this? Hello, is this emotional support stream for all Poles that are despairing for the election result? Do you all have a free seat for me? Yes. Are you a Polish person? Hello. Yes, this is indeed the emotional support stream. And also a debate stream in which I debated the pro Nawrocki viewers. I'm German Polish, yes. Well, welcome to the stream. It feels like this is your first time being here, right? I don't think I've ever seen you here before. How have you found this stream or this channel? It seems like I'm being recommended to people. Let's play this. No, I was here before. Oh, but I don't think you've chatted. Ah, under a different surname. What was your different surname then? Interesting. See, this channel is starting to grow. Finally. Finally, the channel is starting to gain some traction. Amazing. We have fixed the OBS as well. So that's cool. Sad Polish crying. Let's go indeed. Let's go indeed, especially since the viewership today is really, really good. I'm astounded by tonight's viewership. Hold on. Let me check something real quick, okay? And then we can go to the next topic of interest. I'm so excited that I can't even hide it. That is what happens. That is what happens. Wait, hold on. I'll check it before my phone dies. Define good. Good is the absence of bad, by definition. Okay, we'll definitely are going to turn this into a segment. It's going to be great. We're all dooming. That's why you have a high viewership, I guess. No, I had 3 people come in and argue with me about why I'm wrong. You know? I had a whole debate with Chad tonight about the election, Nawrocki, Sławomir Mencen, and Grzegorz Braun, of course. So that's a thing. That's a thing that has happened. And at some point I was like, okay, this is, I guess this is a debate stream now, debate night, so to speak. How do you like the thumbnail, by the way? Is the thumbnail enticing to click? I'm a little bit of an artist, so I draw those myself. You tell me if those, if you feel any incentive to click on the stream based on the thumbnail. We had Conferencia Morans arguing. My condolences. Oh yeah, there was one person that said they voted for Mensen, yes. There was indeed one. We had a Mensen voter in the house today, indeed. Yes. Amazing. Poland's first royal dynasty might have hailed from Scotland. DNA analysts suggest. Isn't that cool? You're not impressed? Oh. We're losing the... I'm gonna have to work after this. I'm gonna show you something. Ukraine claims 13 Russian jets destroyed in covert drone attack. So there was this spider web operation. Russian transport trucks were used to reach air bases in which jets and bombers and all the other cool things that are used to bomb Ukraine take off from, right? And 8,000 kilometers deep into Russia, Ukraine has basically destroyed 41 Russian planes. 41 Russian planes have been destroyed. Ukraine's audacious covert drone attack on Russian air bases damaged over 40 Russian bomber jets, destroying 13 according to a Ukrainian official. And as you know, I'm a Ukrainian nationalist born in Kyiv, and hearing such news is just, it warms my heart to see this sort of thing happening. And I guess this is a great balance against the horrible Polish election results. Like, it just warms my heart to see that some good news happened in the world. And we're gonna talk about it a bit. This is actually interesting, and it's tied to the peace conference talks that have been happening a little bit over 1 hour. The peace talks lasted this time, and there was a huge list of non-starter demands, the usual ones, by the way. But there's one thing that is particularly of note to me. There's one particular thing that is of note to me. Right? Let's go.
Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky addressed the security service of Ukraine's
Look at this video.
operation inside the Russian Federation.
Glorious.
According to Zelensky, the operation targeting Russian airfields took over a year to plan and put together.
I think he said a year and a half or something. It took a year and a half to plan this operation.
Over 100 drones.
A total of 117 drones were used in the operation, and a corresponding number of operators was employed. 34% of the strategic cruise missile carriers at the targeted airfields were hit. Our people were operating in different Russian regions in 3 time zones and were withdrawn from Russian soil on the eve of the operation, and now they are safe, those who helped us. It's really nice to see efforts that I authorized 18 months ago working and taking more than 40 strategic aircraft from the Russians.
1.5 years, just like I said. And apparently they've lost like what, 30% of their bombers? It's so crazy that Russia's security, Russia's everything is so lax that like on the one hand I want to say that it shocks me that this sort of thing happened, but then it's just sort of feels so Russian that this sort of thing happened, you know? Yeah, this just, I don't know, maybe I'm just being a horrible Polish person, well, Ukrainian person, but it just feels so Russian that this sort of thing happened, that there were no countermeasures in place. Just so typical. The updated assessment of the surprise attack's impact was provided on Monday morning by Andriy Kovalenko, head of the Center of Countering Disinformation, a public institution linked to the Ukrainian Defense and Security Authorities. Oh, there we go. SBU Chief Vasyl Maliuk said on Monday that 41 aircraft were hit during the drone strikes on Sunday, including strategic bombers such as the A-50, Tu-95, Tu-22M3, and Tu-160 across the Russian military airfields. Russia regularly deploys Tu-95 and Tu-22M3 bombers to launch cruise missiles against Ukraine. The enemy thought that he could bomb Ukraine with impunity and kill Ukrainians, but this is not so. We will respond to Russian terror and destroy the enemy everywhere, at sea, in the air, on land, and if necessary, we will get it out of the ground, Maliuk said. And here you have like a video of the operation, which we can now watch. Isn't that interesting? You want good news? Well, I'm bringing you some good news, finally. 1.5 years in the making. A secret operation. What did Trump say again? There was this one thing that Trump said about Ukraine. Oh yeah, it has no cards. So does this count as a card? Does this count as 2 cards, 3 cards? I don't know. Is that a card? Does Ukraine still have no cards? The saddest thing about this is this should just mobilize the West to support Ukraine more and to pressure Russia more. But the United States, under Trump, basically became a Russian ally. And the European Union, I still have no clue how the European Union will react and what it will do. The best part is that all internal trade is gonna grind to a halt because they're going to have to check every single shipment for smuggled drones. Yeah, I know. They've already started checking all the trucks, and this is a very nice side effect on this deadly operation. Yeah, that is true. They have ramped up their search. It appears that the drones were remotely launched from containers on trucks parked near military airports deep in Russian territory. Video footage shared on social media shows the drones taking off from lorries before striking the air bases and reducing some of the highly prized jets to burning wrecks. And I'm sorry to say, or I'm rather glad to say, that the Russian military industrial complex is not infinite, and Russia does not have the infinite capacity to just replace everything that it loses. Okay? Sanctions might be bypassed, but they actually do affect Russia's capacity to manufacture especially modern high-quality equipment. Sources cited by Ukrainian media claim the strikes, including an attack on an air base in Siberia, thousands of kilometers away from the front line, may have wiped out 34% of Russia's bombers, capable of carrying cruise missiles, and caused $7 billion in damages. $7 billion, that's a pretty amount. And I guess everybody, when they heard initially 8,000 kilometers, probably a lot of people thought, oh my God, how? How did Ukraine get so deep into Russian territory? Yeah, you've missed the debate, an Entropy fan. You should have came to the stream before. It's over. Hello, Jimmy McCurley. So many new viewers tonight. Hello. I hope that you'll not only stay today, but I hope I'll see you again next time. It seems like YouTube algorithm has really started liking me. Dang, debate is over. Big Sag. Yes, I've debated 3 Polish chatters that have decided that I'm silly and that Nawrocki winning is great and Mensen losing is sad. Also, the 7 billion USD number is deceptive. It's much more than that. Those bombers are not getting replaced. Oh yeah, as I've said, Russia does not have an endless capacity to replace equipment, and believe it or not, the sanctions are not completely useless. Yes, I've said that. Okay, let's continue a bit. There you go, crippling Russia's aerial power. The Institute of the Staff for the Study of War wrote in its analysis that Russia will likely struggle to replace the damaged and destroyed aircraft. It added that Kyiv continues to innovate its drone technology and tactics to achieve operational surprise and successfully strike Russian military infrastructure far behind the front lines. Russia does not have the infrastructure to replace its strategic bomber reserves. Yes. Also, is that your first stream? How did you find it? Record the drone barrage. This is a huge attack. It's a huge next step in guerrilla warfare. The implications are insane. I mean, you can, I guess, technically speaking, you could use this in guerrilla warfare, but this was used in regular warfare. Like what's happening in between Ukraine and Russia is not guerrilla warfare. This is just regular warfare. I looked up debate and looked for streams. Oh, well, unfortunately, the debate today has already ended. Like, I've been debating for a good while, 3 viewers. I'm gonna probably upload this as a segment. I should introduce myself to the new viewers. Lucy Haze. I'm a Polish trans Jewish streamer. And I do history, politics, languages, I do some gaming. I cover the war in Ukraine, and I travel to Ukraine very often to talk to organizations that rescue children. Oh yeah, I'm Ukrainian, sorry, I lied. I talk to organizations that rescue Ukrainian children from Russia. Yes. Although I don't know if this was conducted by a small independent force. Could drones be called small independent force? Alright. I suppose it does fit. Jamie McCurley. In response to the attack, Russia launched a record 472 attack drones overnight from Sunday to Monday, according to Ukraine's Air Force. This is the largest such assault in a single night since the invasion began in February 2022. Explosions were reported during the raid in Ukraine's northeastern city of Kharkiv. Mayor Ihor Terekov said the strikes damaged a civilian enterprise, several private homes and vehicles. Five people were injured, including a 7-year-old boy, he added. Later, Russian forces carried out 2 ballistic missile strikes on Kharkiv. Terekov reported it on the social media platform Telegram. So, basically, what we are seeing here is that well, Russia is not doing so hot, okay? Russia is not doing so hot after this attack. And in the meantime, because Russia has invited Ukraine to talks. Are you familiar with this? That Russia has invited Ukraine to talks in Istanbul again. So it happened. It happened and basically it all happened parallel. There was the Istanbul meeting, but also the drone strike on Russian planes happened. And the meeting between Russia and Ukraine ended up being extremely short. And the Russian diplomats were very baffled, were very unhappy during this meeting. And let's see.
Well, this meeting has, once again, like the last one, been rather anticlimactic. It only lasted an hour. That is,
an hour.
Has been similar. Both sides.
Look at this.
Ill soldiers will be returned to Russia and to Ukraine, as well as those under 25 years old. They will also exchange, very tragically, 6,000 bodies that are being held on either side. 6,000 Russian bodies will be shipped home. 6,000 Ukrainian casualties. Also, those bodies sit back to Ukraine. They also exchange those negotiating memorandums, the negotiating positions.
There you go, the negotiating memorandums. I'm pretty sure that Russia has listed a bunch of non-starter demands. Ukraine must leave the 4 oblasts that Russia has partially occupied, and Ukraine must demilitarize, because of course, Ukraine must never join NATO. Ukraine must... there were a few more demands that were simply non-starters. Let me see if they're listed here somewhere. Let me see. Let me Google it. Okay? Russia, Istanbul demands. Russia sets out punitive terms at peace talks with Ukraine. There you go, from 4 hours ago. From Reuters.
Exchange more prisoners of war.
The only thing that they managed to sort of kind of agree on tacitly was the prisoner exchange, but we're gonna talk about the things that they could not agree on, okay? Two sides talk for barely an hour in Istanbul. Leaked memo detailed stringent Russian demands. So let's see those Russian demands. The Russian memorandum, which was published by the Interfax news agency, said a settlement of the war would require international recognition of Crimea, a peninsula annexed by Russia in 2013. So to me, that's a non-starter to begin with. And 4 other regions of Ukraine that Moscow has claimed as its own territory must be recognized as Russia, according to, well, Russia, which again, that is a non-starter in my opinion. Ukraine would have to withdraw its forces from all of them. It restated that Moscow's demands that Ukraine become a neutral country, ruling out membership of NATO, and that it protect the rights of Russian speakers. That one's particularly funny to me, considering how many Ukrainian people simply speak Russian on the daily. Make Russian an official language and enact a legal ban on glorification of Nazism. Why would you make Russian an official language in Ukraine? That is just silly. Ukraine rejects the Nazi charge as absurd and denies discriminating against Russian speakers because most Ukrainian people are Russian speakers. Russia also formalized its terms for any ceasefire en route to a peace settlement, presenting two options that both appear to be non-starters for Ukraine. Option 1, according to the text, was for Ukraine to start a full military withdrawal from Luhansk, Donetsk, Zaporizhia, and Kherson regions. Of those, Russia fully controls the first but holds only about 70% of the rest. Option 2 was a package that would require Ukraine to cease military redeployments and accept a halt to foreign provision of military aid, satellite communications, and intelligence. Kyiv would also have to lift martial law and hold presidential and parliamentary elections within 100 days, because that makes perfect sense, doesn't it? Russian delegation head Vladimir Bedinsky said Moscow had also suggested a specific ceasefire of 2 to 3 days in certain sections of the front so that the bodies of dead soldiers could be collected. According to a proposed roadmap drawn up by Ukraine, a copy of which was seen by Reuters, Kyiv wants no restrictions on its military strength after any peace deal, no international recognition of Russian sovereignty over parts of Ukraine taken by Moscow's forces, and reparations, which all of these actually make perfect sense to me. Yeah, of course. So Russia was not very happy about the Russian bomber fleet being bombed. But there's one more thing, okay? There's one more thing that I super want to talk about. Yes, there you go. There you go. It's here. I'm going to read it. I'm going to talk about it. My main topic of interest, my main topic of work. Yes, Greater End? Zelensky said Ukraine presented a list of 400 children, it says, have been abducted to Russia, but that the Russian delegation agreed to work on returning only 10 of 400 children from the list. And I would remind you that about 19,500 children or more, closer to 20,000 children, unaccompanied children, have been kidnapped. The number of accompanied children that have been forcefully moved to Russia is much bigger. I will stream tomorrow, Greater, and thank you very much. And this article actually leaves out a very important bit of this whole thing. Let me recap. Ukraine demanded return 400 of the kidnapped children to us. This is a list of the children. And Russia said, we can return 10. And apparently one politician in this whole peace negotiation said about the children, stop trying to appeal to Europeans that don't have children anyway, or something like that. Stop appealing to old Ukrainian ladies that don't have children, something like that, something really bizarre like that. Yes, it's 20,000 unaccompanied children kidnapped and a lot more accompanied children forcefully moved to Russia. It's a very important distinction to make. And it is very important to me to sort of stop at the children because, first of all, moving children from one group to the other constitute a genocide under the Genocide Convention of Prevention and Punishment. And it's also worth talking about because it's a criminally underreported topic. It is a topic that has been criminally underreported, and I'm very close to doing something very good with the article. It's the main thing that I do when I go to Ukraine. I go to organizations that help rescue children from Russia, and I interview the workers in those organizations. I sometimes interview the children themselves, and then I create material from that, like articles and maybe videos I will also create. But the point is that the topic of kidnapped children is criminally underreported, and there needs to be more attention to it. The whole conversation, of course, once again, the negotiation between Russia and Ukraine ended in a fiasco. An hour-long meeting that amounted to nothing, apart from maybe prisoner exchange. Russia did not agree on the children. Russia once again came with no non-starter demands and is just stalling, even though they were quite unhappy about the whole bomber situation. Let me see. And Trump, of course, is still doing nothing to push for a lasting, meaningful peace, which does not surprise me in the slightest. The unaccompanied children thing is absolutely genocide under the rule, yes. Yes. And oftentimes the children end up being separated from the family in Russia anyway, so. So yes. Absolutely yes. All right. Any thoughts? Any questions? Any comments? Oh yeah, if you like what I do, if you like what I represent with my values, etc., etc., I'm preparing to go to Ukraine soon. If you would like to support me in that effort, consider donating, subscribing, joining the page lucyhaze.org/live, and you know, all that good stuff. Removing children from an ethnic group is absolutely one of the main markers of genocide, and it always comes as a shock to the public. Can you share how the Ukrainian children rescue organizations operate? Only if you don't threaten their work by sharing, of course. I mean, there are some things that I can say, there are some things that I cannot. There are some things that they simply did not tell me because, again, it would actually jeopardize their operations. But what I can say is that, for example, sometimes the kids in Russia contact the organization. I'm talking about Save Ukraine now as an example. They contact the organization through social media from Russia because they know who they are, they know what their real name is, they know where their family is, and so they basically contact the organization to be rescued, right? And then there's a lot of complicated sort of maneuvering to set up transporting the child from Russia to Ukraine proper. Interestingly enough, apparently the children always cry from joy when passing through the Russian-Ukrainian border. They just start crying, tears of joy. Okay, I must go to bed now. Good night, Lucy. Good night, Dr. Johns. It's been very nice seeing you as always. I actually described this in my article that I must, after the stream, I'm going to do some work on the article again because it seems like there's still some lingering mistakes. So I'm going to work on that, iron it out, and it should be fine. I've already actually contacted a newspaper that is interested in the topic. So once I polish the thing itself, I'm just gonna send it to them. We'll see if they like it, and then yeah, we'll see what happens. The sky is the limit, as they say, and the sky is pretty high up. Can you tell us a little bit more about what these kids' experience in Russian custody is like? Well, the kids basically are indoctrinated into, and that is actually true also for Russian kids, but the Ukrainian children are first of all told many times that their parents are and relatives are either dead, they don't want them, they abandoned them, and that Russia is basically the only thing that they have left, that Ukraine has washed its hands off of them, and there's nothing in Ukraine anyway, that in Russia they will get a nice career, they will get a nice life, they will get an apartment as time will go on, and they are encouraged to join a paramilitary organization like UNARMIA that will teach them patriotic values of being a Russian, that will teach them how to operate a drone, how to fire a machine gun, to throw a grenade. The kids are receiving summons to the military at a pretty early age. There are special celebrities that visit the school and talk to the children about the value of not really thinking that death is scary, that it's actually pretty great to die for your homeland. And of course there's the whole thing about, there's oh yeah, and also children, apparently Russian and Ukrainian alike, are being taught that, and this one shocked me a lot, World War II never ended. Apparently World War II never ended. So Russia must do its best to continue its fight in the never-ending World War II. Do kidnapped Ukrainian children get forcibly conscripted into the Russian military once they become adults? Yes, absolutely yes. Also in occupied territories, children are also drafted into the military and sent to fight against Ukraine. In fact, the kidnapping of children and the Russification of children did not start in 2022. It started in 2014. And the children kidnapped in 2014 have grown up to be soldiers fighting for the independent regions of Donetsk and Luhansk, and they've been fighting against Ukraine, thinking that Ukraine is the enemy, Ukraine is evil, and that they're just independent people of the independent regions, which they've been actually folded into Russia at this point. So, and some of these soldiers that were Ukrainian children that grew up to be soldiers of Donetsk and Luhansk are now in Ukrainian prisons, arrested, without a clue as to what happened. And that is very tragic. Very tragic. That is the whole point, actually, of kidnapping children, among other things, to make them future soldiers for Russia. That is definitely a thing for the occupied territories. It's a mess. It's a mess, I'm sorry to say. It's a horrible procedure. And of course, there's the whole mental toll that this sort of process has on the children. There's a lot of the Ukrainian children were actually taken to Poland, unaccompanied children as well. And there's this very interesting explanation that was done by caretakers, the Polish caretakers that accepted the children as well as their caretakers, that the children, even though they are given the best possible conditions, the places that they go to go out of their way to keep their schedule the same as it was in Ukraine. Like, they eat at the same time, they play at the same time, they have all these things are catered to be as similar as it was in Ukraine as possible. And the children still experience depression, homesickness, they miss their friends, sometimes also relatives in Ukraine. They're not very super happy, even though they're given pretty good care. And now imagine this sort of trauma that happens even in under pretty sort of good circumstances. And then imagine the children just being kidnapped. Okay, you're Russian now, that's your life now, your family and the Ukraine has abandoned you, Ukraine hates you, you're going to have to live as a Russian now. And imagine just how much this sort of trauma compounds in comparison. So yeah, it's a horrible thing. And it should be talked about a lot more because it seems to be underreported. Even though I've already met some people from the United States that have claimed that the children kidnapping by Russia has been blown out of proportion, apparently. That the topic has been blown out of proportion and is ridiculous. So, but those are usually actual Russian apologists, so I'm not really gonna concern myself with those. And yeah. See, wasn't this a lovely stream? Wasn't this lovely? We've had quite a few new viewers. We've made quite a lot of new friends. We've had a whole debate with said viewers. The stealing children and turning them into cannon fodder and murderers for the state. Yes, actually, yes, that's true. Alrighty, I'm gonna finish for today. It's gonna be beautiful. I have to log in because my browser has logged me out. And I'm going to need this stuff for later. Oh, only 1%. Uh-oh. Jesus. All right. Oh, I've received $10. All right, let's. Next. All right. Yes, it's me. Yes, it's me. Yes. Thank you. Continue. Yes. All right. Oh, it's. Oh yeah, I have to sign in with. No, I change the. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Apologies. I have to do this whole song and dance. Yeah, can I get a... Oh my gosh. Yes, it's me. Again, yes, it's me. Do you know what? Over here, I'm just gonna... Wait, I'm just gonna do the password. I love it when that happens, where it just kicks me out. Okay, I'm gonna... Right, if you're experiencing my technical problems, experiencing my technical issues in real time, my apologies, but that is what it's like to be me. And what it's like to be me is horrible. Horrible stuff. Horrible, horrible stuff. Wait, why can't I find the... oh, there you go. Why can't I find the... Oh. Hopefully this will be the one. Oh, wrong one. Hopefully this one will be good. Okay. Alright, finally. Oh my gosh, I still have to do this? Yes, it's me. Jesus. Jesus Christ. Okay, I guess we are raiding someone. Alright. Lucy Hazeh. Thank you. Studio. Stream. Edit. I rewatched the stream for your debates now. They sound like absolute cancer from what you described, and I'm so here for them. Thank you, thank you. Thank you very much. I hope to see you next time, okay? I'm gonna do a segment out of the debate thing. You know what? I'm gonna take you to Mercado Gaming. Why not? Maybe we'll get a few subscribers. Bye bye.